One, two, one, two. Ένα, δύο.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to this Officers Forum of 2024 in Goa. Thank you for coming here. Thank you. Okay, so the forums, can you put on this? Yeah. So the forums that we have, every year have a motto, and this year's motto has been embracing the tides of change. And in keeping up with the motto, we have even changed our venue of the forum from Mumbai to Goa. And I am Delson. I'm going to be a host. I have been associated with, or I have been with the CENMAR family for more than 20 years now. And before we begin the forum, let's have a few ground rules. First thing, please keep your mobiles on silent. And in case you haven't done that yet, this is a good time to do it. Be an active listener to the person who is going to present. We can listen to each other maybe when we are outside or when there is no presentation going on. Keep the forum very active with your questions, especially after each presentation is completed and when the speaker says the ground is open for discussion. You can speak, you can share your thoughts, and this platform is meant for that. So our CENMAR forums, we started way back in 2008 in Manila. Since then, we have had 25 forums. We had 2 online forums due to the conditions we had in 2020. We have had more than 100 speakers in our forum, and this is our 16th anniversary of the CENMAR forum. Here are a few pictures of the forum, some old. On the bottom right, this was the 2019 Mumbai forum where I can see myself 5 years younger and a little less wiser. And for the past forums, you can go to this website centrofin.gr/forum where you will be able to view the past forums and the forthcoming forums too. So there is a password. In case you want to remember, you can write it in your notepad. Okay, on your tables in the middle, there is something that looks like a crossword puzzle that is a QR code for something called Mentimeter. So if you scan that during your breaks or whenever you have time, you will be taken to a site which has which will give you an opportunity to ask questions. So you can put your name or you can keep your questions anonymous. On the last day, all the questions will be discussed. We will address them. And there is also a survey question. This will be at the end of the day so that we have a feedback of how the forum can be improved in the future. A quick safety brief. On your right-hand side, you have 2 doors, which are the fire exits. This one is a fake door. Please don't use this. Those are the only 2 doors. In case of any issue, you can exit through that, take a right and go towards the lobby. There is a possibility that we may have a blackout. Do not panic, keep calm. This is something we expect. In about 45 minutes, like the emergency generator, we should be back again. 45 seconds, I'm sorry. All right. Okay, so 2 people whom we are going to miss in this forum are our COO, Mr. Anthony Lambros, and our forum committee chairman, Andreas Chandris, who due to some last minute unforeseen situation couldn't make it. And most of the forum preparation has been done by them. We are just trying to step into their shoes. And so to begin with, let's hear from our COO, Mr. Anthony Lambros, with his message, and let's get inspired.
Thank you, Delson.
Welcome.
Good morning, Goa. Good morning to our lovely forum team. good morning to our beloved seafarers and our CENMAR staff, and good morning to everybody who is watching us online. I hope it's a sunny day, it's a wonderful day in Goa, and most of all, I hope that your mood is great and that you're lined up for a great 2 days. I'm very sorry I cannot be there with you. It's the first time I'm missing this forum for a long, long time. Unfortunately, I have to be in Greece for reasons beyond my control, but I'm sure our team there will do their best so that these 2 days come out as good as they can. First of all, let me thank you for your efforts and for your hard work over the difficult years. I know you did your best, and I thank you for it, and I thank each and every one of you personally. I'm sure that these 2 days are going to be good. We've got an agenda full of interesting topics. We're going to play games and we're going to have fun. We're going to talk about leadership, we're going to talk about communication and about diversity, but also about technical stuff, about navigation, about all the topics that are of interest to you and are important for us. So our team are there, it's a young team. They're going to be brave, they're going to be on stage, they're going to do the best they can, but of course, the star of the show is you, our seafarers. You are the ones that are in focus. We need you to participate. We need you to engage in discussions. We need to connect with you. This is the main reason of this forum. It's not about learning or about teaching you stuff. You know everything already. It's about sharing experiences, talking to each other, getting to know each other, and between us, making the most that we can out of these 2 days. So I'm sure it's going to be 2 great days, full of energy. Let's put our best efforts in it, and let's try and become the best versions of ourselves like we have been trying over the past year. So thank you very much once again. Thank you for all your efforts, and let's look forward to 2 amazing days. Thank you.
He will be joining us virtually. It's easy in the digital age. So to begin our presentations, we have a very dynamic technical superintendent in the company. She has been busy in the last couple of years building new ships for our company. So can I please welcome Ms. Christina Toki for her first talk.
Good morning. I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you, Captain Delson. A very warm welcome. I will need the clicker. Thank you very much. So my name is Christina. I'm a technical superintendent. Very happy to be joining you today. However, our first presentation will be about a quite unpleasant event. We will be checking the case study of the main engine damage on board Yannis P, one of the most severe damages we have faced so far. So, beginning, let's take a look at the incident description. Vessel was in laden condition on the 27th of July 2023, sailing off of Sassnitz in Germany. Pilot was on board. At 16:41, we had the first alarm for the main engine bearing wear of unit number 5. Approximately 10 to 15 minutes after that, we had the oil mist alarm of the same unit, which triggered the automatic slowdown. After 1 hour, the main engine was stopped, and after half an hour, the vessel was anchored. At that time, we had the indication that there was a main engine damage, but we couldn't actually assess the extent of the damage. Therefore, the vessel was towed to a repair yard in order to start dismantling the main engine and assessing the damage. As you can see on the next photos, we mobilized the team of the main engine maker of MAN. You can see here on these photos that the entire main engine was dismantled. Everything was put outside the workshop for checking a piston and the piston crowns, the connecting rods, the crosshead and crank pin bearings. Even the chains, we removed everything in order to check what was happening on the engine. So what we found for the unit number 5, which was a suspected unit, we found that both of the main bearing shells were severely damaged. You can see on the photos, and we will take a closer look on the next slides, but also the main journal of this unit was also damaged. We had scoring marks, and the most important is that we found embedded bearing metal pieces. This means that the metal pieces had passed throughout the entire lube oil system, causing further damage to other bearings, to other components of the engine, even to the turbochargers. However, unfortunately, the damage did not stop there. It even caused, as you can see here, damages on the bed plate of subject unit. What you can see here in the black area is the saddle, the pocket where the engine is seated, where the bearing is seated, sorry. You can see from the black spot that the temperature was significantly increased, and not only did it cause a visual defect, but also it altered the geometry of the main engine bed plate. Due to the increased heat, the saddle tended to close, as you can see on the second picture of this slide, and therefore the geometry had to be of the main engine. But not only the main engine, the main bearings, the main journals were also found with light scratches. And all of the bearings, including crosshead and crankpin, had to be renewed. And also we had to repair some of the crosshead pins and the crankpin journals. As we said before, the main engine turbochargers were also affected. Shafts and bearings were found with light scratches. Here you can see clearly the traces of the spark erosion. You can see them in the red rectangles. As we were informed by the MIN team, which is much experienced with this issue, these are clear indications of spark erosion. Now, what is spark erosion? Well, in short definition, it is caused due to the difference in the electrical potential between the shaft and the bearings. In order to be protected against the spark erosion, you all know, I think, that we have installed the shaft earthing device system on board all of our vessels. What the shaft earthing device is doing is it creates a grounding with the vessel's hull in order to protect the bearings. However, it does not suffice only to have the system installed. It is very much important to have it correctly installed and well maintained. What you can see on the first photo is the surface between the slip ring and the shaft. You can see a clear layer of rust. There is no doubt about that. This layer of rust, unfortunately, creates an insulation layer, and even if you have correct readings on the millivolt meter, which should be below 80 millivolts, those maybe are not reliable if there is a rust layer between the slip ring and the shaft. Therefore, you need to make sure at intervals that the vessel schedule allows to remove the slip ring, to check the surface, and then retighten it, make sure there are no gaps between the edges in order to know for sure that you have a reliable shaft earthing device. Now, we talked about the root cause of the initial damage. But what was the main reason for the extent of the damage? The main reason was that the vessel, as we said in the beginning, continued to sail for approximately 1 hour, even after the triggering of the main engine alarms. This actually caused the metal particles to travel all throughout the engine, causing further damage. So, what did the MIN team do? First of all, they started with the journal. They had, as we said, to re-establish the geometry of the journal. They started with the rough machining, you can see on the first picture, followed the fine machining, and then the super finish. They also performed the test shell. They put the blue paint in order to make sure that the geometry and the contact surface was correct and the contact was full. Then they continued with a saddle. This is a very specific method. I think only MAN is actually available to perform it. They mount this saddle machining tool on the shaft. This has some cutting inserts that you can see on the red spots there. And they start slowly rotating the shaft in order to start slowly grinding the saddle. Finally, they installed a soft pressure in order to check again the geometry, and they pull some resin in order to create what they call the replica resin that they keep in their workshops for further reference. So, what was the result? The final diameter of the main journal was decreased by 13.55 millimeters. You understand this is a significant increase considering the tolerances of the main engine. However, it is possible to install the undersized bearing and continue selling without any problem. The delivery time of the undersized bearing is about 8 to 10 months, counting down from the completion of the repairs. All crosshead pins were polished. We did the hand polishing of the crank pin journals. All bearings had to be renewed, main bearings, crosshead, camshaft, and turbocharger bearings. And of course, the most important was to do the flushing of the main engine lube oil system. We had to be sure that all these metal particles traveling through the main engine were completely removed. So, by the installation of special filters and under the guidance of main engine manufacturer, we managed to fully flush the lube oil system and replenish with fresh, clean oil. Now we will see some videos from the machinings. You can see here, this is the special tool that was mounted on the journal. He is now bolting the cutting inserts. These cutting inserts positions were changed every few rotations of the shaft so that they were slightly moved, and they continued grinding the saddle in a slightly different position. It's a very delicate job. This is the journal machine, the rough journal. Okay, so the lessons to be learned from this extreme damage that we faced is, of course, that all alarms must be investigated. It is important that we identify what is the root cause and proceed with remedial actions. When oil mist alarm occurs, you all know, I think, that it is one of the most important alarms of the main engine. You need to reduce the slowdown level, stop the engine, take all the safety precautions, and enter the crankcase in order to identify what is the hot spot and what has triggered the alarm. The oil mist detector must be kept in optimal condition. It is important that we maintain it and we keep it functional at all times. Same applies for the shaft earthing device. It is very important when we have to make sure it is working correctly and the measurements are reliable. Bearing wear monitoring system, not all the vessels are equipped with it, but those equipped with it is an additional way to make sure that your bearings are in good condition. So, to conclude this presentation, I think you can all see written on your tables the no blame culture that the company has been upholding for years now. So we're not here to point any fingers with this damage or to blame anyone. The key point of this presentation and what I want you all to keep in mind is that no alarm is insignificant. Whenever you have an alarm, please investigate, please find the root cause. If you need assistance, office is always there to advise you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina, for a very nice, lovely presentation. I hope this is the last time we have such an incident in our fleet. and you will be only building ships, not disassembling them. So, when we are sailing, it is very nice to have a very reassuring and a very caring, very empathetic shore staff. And it is a privilege to have such a person, especially in the form of our DPA, who will be our next presenter, Mrs. Ellie Moretti.
Thank you so much, Delson. Can you hear me? So good morning, everyone. Louder. And such a great morning to be in this beautiful place here in Goa. I have to mention that we owe the relocation of this event to Prashant for promoting this idea for so many years, to Rajesh for making it happen, and of course to our great host, Delson, who literally, he and Arina are the hosts since they are locals, and they have been great. So, is it equipment that really fails? That's the title of my presentation, and it is so relevant to what Christina just described, because she did an excellent presentation from a technical point of view, and we found out about details that we didn't know what happens in such damages. But is it really equipment that really fails? The lessons learned from Yannis P are very common to the case and the presentation that we will see and the discussion we will have. Because what were the lessons learned from this case? Alarms and other safety devices should never be ignored. Stop, investigate, and determine the cause of the alarm prior resuming operation. Knowledge, understanding, and awareness of each specific alarm is vital. Do not be afraid to voice your opinion when you feel something is wrong. So this is where the human element comes in. And I can assure you that 90% of the incidents, main root cause is the human element, so speak up and intervene. Now back to this presentation. The point here is to take a tragic event, see what went wrong, and create strong barriers so that we prevent it from happening again. Let's see video number 1. Thank you.
We want everyone to stay safe at work. And most days, as we go about our routine everyday duties, it's all plain sailing, as we try and do the right thing. However, there is always a risk that things can go wrong. And in the blink of an eye, life can change dramatically. We all try to do everything we can to stay safe. We all try to take care of our equipment, ensuring that it is well maintained and operating safely. Yet despite this, we still experience failure of equipment, which cause incidents, often with severe consequences. Some recent incidents of equipment failure include the failure of an activation locking device on an incinerator door, resulting in an engineer suffering third-degree burns to his hand. And the tank valves and high-level alarm failed during fuel transfers from one tank to another, causing fuel oil to overflow and spill. Although equipment may fail, we always endeavor to have multiple checks and procedures in place to prevent such incidents. They are known as barriers. They can be human barriers, procedural barriers, and physical barriers. For barriers to work, they need to be maintained, and for someone to be responsible for them at all times. Unfortunately, when a combination of barriers fails, as depicted by this diagram, an incident can occur, with potentially devastating consequences. In the industry incident that follows, which has been recreated using vessel volunteer staff, we will look at the failed barriers that should have been in place and look at what caused them to fail, so that together we can ensure that an incident like this does not happen again. The second engineer had been tasked by the chief engineer to fix a leaking coupling on the main engine. He is busy checking the stock records, looking for a spare, when the fitter arrives.
The chief engineer wants this leaky coupling on the main engine.
The second engineer explained to the fitter that he couldn't find a spare coupling on board, so he wanted him to try tightening the coupling instead, as a temporary measure.
Are you sure to tighten?
Yeah, you can try.
And what about permit to work?
Yeah.
The fitter inquired about a permit to work, but one was not issued, as there was an existing permit to work open in the area, as another task was being performed on the same unit. The fitter went to collect the appropriate tools for the job, but the torque wrench was missing. So he took an adjustable wrench instead and went off to tighten the coupling. The fitter finished his work and left the engine room.
How many of you have seen this video before? Any other hands? Great, good. So this is part of the LFI, the Learning from Incidents library that you have on board from the Goal Zero program. And I hope you're really familiar. I don't mind repeating it because it's great. So what do you think happens next? Have you noticed any unsafe acts? Any unsafe conditions? Any weak signals? Would you like to comment on this? Anyone? You can use the mic.
This pipe was not fixed on the clamp.
Sorry, again?
This pipe, the clamp,
Yeah, exactly.
that was not fixed.
Very well. This is, as you said before, what did you say at the beginning? A weak signal.
That's
Thank you. We will go one by one and we will see them all. So there is a barrier called work planning. We have, you have your daily work planning meetings, you have your risk assessments, the work permits, please do not bypass them. It's not a paperwork exercise. Permits are so important for your safety. But then when someone goes in the site of the task, he can have this card, the LMRA card, in his coverall, and have a last-minute risk assessment to make sure the place is free of hazards, to ensure that everything is there, what he needs to carry out the job. Stand up for this one. If you believe in it, your colleagues will also believe in this. Now there is another barrier that is called stop work obligation. The fitter chose the wrong tool and believed it will be okay. What if the fitter had used his stop work obligation card? What if he had said, I need the proper tool for this task? Motivate your colleagues on board not to be afraid to use it, even for a minor reason. Now there is another barrier called weak signals. As you correctly said, these clamps holding the fuel line were not secure. And that is about situational awareness. Another very important behavior that we must adopt: to be curious, look around all the time, have chronic unease, and be afraid of what is going to happen and not how we will behave. Situational awareness is one of my favorites, and I would love to promote it even more. Next barrier, intervention. Now we are going to what the industry is promoting heavily lately, the empowerment of the people and how they should all be able to speak up without any fear. How is it relevant with this picture? The fitter saw that the insulation was missing. We saw that in the video clearly. But he did not intervene because maybe he thought this is someone else's job. So empowerment is something that we have to also believe in and adapt as much as possible.
When we last saw the incident, the fitter had tightened the coupling, but had not noticed the loose clamps on the brackets supporting the same fuel oil line. However, he did see the missing insulation on the exhaust bellows, but decided not to do anything about it, as another engineer had been tasked to work on that part of the engine. The second engineer was satisfied that the work was completed and went on with his own work. Later that day, the engine was restarted. However, a few hours later, the fuel oil line, which was vibrating, eventually sheared at the place where the fitter had tightened the coupling. This allowed fuel oil from the line to spray directly onto the hot, exposed part of the exhaust bellows, which were around 400 degrees Celsius. This caused a flash fire, which quickly spread. The fire alarm was activated, and the second engineer, who was working in the control room at the time, wanted to quickly investigate the source of the fire, but became engulfed by the smoke before he could evacuate.
Okay guys, let's see who is here.
As the fire intensified, the ship's crew went to the emergency muster point.
Okay.
It was urgently decided to send a two-man crew to the engine room to try and locate and rescue the second engineer. The two men entered the engine room. But only one returned. With continued firefighting, the fire was eventually brought under control. The bodies of the two men were later found in the completely burned out engine room. The families of the two men were subsequently advised of the loss of their loved ones. Let us pause for a moment and reflect on all the lives that have been lost while working.
We will repeat this fact for our organization many times within this forum. We are an organization that we have never lost a soul due to an accident on board a vessel, and we should be so proud and happy about it. This is from another company, a good company, that they had all the barriers in place, but somehow the barriers failed for them. That's why I'm insisting on the barriers in this presentation. There is another barrier called supervision. The second engineer believed that the work of the fitter was properly completed and went on with his own work. There is a hole there in the barrier. And then, this is a soft spot for me. I'm not saying drills, the barrier of drills. I will talk about actual drills. Please, I'm begging you, do your drills. It's not just a tick box exercise. Drills are a lifesaver for you. It is important. Let's hope nothing will ever go wrong, but if it does, what can go right if you have not done your drills correctly? So he went to investigate the growing fire. What did he have to do instead? He had to evacuate to the master station. Fight or flight. Okay, person's impulses sometimes cannot be controlled, but after your good training, you should be in a position to control these impulses. There's another hole, so not following the emergency response instructions. I will insist on this. Actual drills, there was a confusing plan for carrying out the search. Again, actual drills, 2-man entry team, they somehow decided to separate. You all know this is not something that's supposed to happen. And with a tragic outcome. So what caused these barriers to fail? You need to know which are the barriers you personally are responsible for. You should support them, make them your own. If we believe in these concepts, we can change our behavior and we can motivate others to do the same. That is why I have personal commitment on this slide. Only then the barriers can become effective. This is not us. Poor insulation, dirty with oil in a diesel generator, and the incinerator waste service tank. Our safety culture is way above this level. These are unsafe conditions and weak signals that should never go unnoticed, no matter the rank and the experience. You are the officers to motivate and empower ratings and all your colleagues to speak up when they see something like that. So, is it equipment that really fails? No. We maintain effective barriers. We prevent the incident. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie, for a very thoughtful presentation, which also reminds me of something personal from my life. At home, when my kids are being naughty, my wife generally spots them and she says, "Did you see what the kids did?" And generally my answer is no. And then she says, "You need to improve your situational awareness. You don't know what happens at home." So situational awareness is something we need on board and also at home. So that said, our next thing will be, we saw a lot of damage. So now we need to stretch our legs, take some sea air, and we can have a coffee break of about 20 minutes. And we will be back at 11:05 so that we can start our next presentation at 11:10. Please.
Πρέπει να μιλήσει.
Είναι τέτοιο. Κώστα, το αγγίγμα σου, Κώστα.
Κάτσε να δούμε μήπως, γιατί άμα το κάνουμε λίγο έτσι.
Ρε εσύ.
Κουμπώσε το, δεν κάθεται. Αυτό το... Βάζεις καπάκι. Θα πάρεις από το... Κάτσε να τελειώσουμε με την... Έτοιμη.
Δεν το βρίσκω.
Έλα, το βάλε. Ωραία.
Μήπως να κουμπώσω και το πάνω.
Όχι.
Δεν Γιάννη ο Παρθεναγωγείο.
Για μίλα. Είναι ανοιχτό.
Κατός. Στου παιδιού μου τη χαρά. Δεν σπάει ξανά.
Μίλα.
Ναι. Ναι. Εγώ δεν ακούω όμως. Ναι, πατάω το από πάνω κουμπί.
about diversity. We already discussed with Kostas because when the time comes, I will not put the presentation. So I will come up, I will make a small sentence. I'm here about diversity. The video starts and then the presentation. Okay, I will remind you now. Κώστα, τώρα έχει causal reasoning. Μετά ανεβαίνω εγώ. Μην ξεκινήσεις το presentation. Μην το ξεκινήσεις γιατί θα ξεκινήσουμε με το video. Το diversity, ναι. Δηλαδή άφησε το take care, ανέβω εγώ, θα πω μία πρόταση και θα σου πω ρίξε το βίντεο. Ναι ρε παιδί μου, ενώ τι θα παίζει από πριν, δεν ξέρω τι θα παίζει, κάτι τέλος πάντων. Εγώ θα σας φωνάξω, ναι. Θα παίξει το βίντεο και μετά σας φωνάζω. Θα με φωνάξουνε. Όχι, όχι, θα φωνάξω τα κορίτσια όταν τελειώσει το βίντεο και θα φωνάξω πάνω. Η καρέκλα είναι ήδη πάνω. Ναι, απλά θα τις στρώσω εκεί πέρα γιατί είναι λίγο... Σε έβαλα πιο πίσω, θα τις φτιάξω. Ναι, οκ, εντάξει.
I hope you are comfortably seated. All right, so recently our SQE department has been rejuvenated by somebody who has taken a lot of initiative and brought in fresh ideas. Being a sailor herself in a male-dominated industry, she not only had to battle weather, but also attitude of people. Please welcome Captain Nalini Laikofridi. We will be joining Mrs. Ellie Moretti for the next presentation.
Good morning. Hey, what was that now? Good morning. Good morning. Hello, bravo. I will take a few seconds just to say what a beautiful country you have. The hospitality, the food, perfect, perfect. And yes. And special thanks to Delson and his wife Irina, who were like custom presenters of the Goa for us this couple of days. Thank you very much. So, together with my manager, Miss Ellie Moretti, and our DPA, we are going to talk about incident investigations and a new concept called causal reasoning. So, why we do incident investigations? We want to learn from the past, to see our mistakes, to calculate the risk, and to find preventive measures in order not to happen again the same incident. It is a tool for continuous learn and improvement. This is also one of the 5 human performance principles we are going to talk about in a following presentation. And the key of this is like error is normal, people do mistakes, it's a part of the human nature. And we want to focus with this presentation how the human error is related to this causal reasoning and the incident investigation.
And about error, I would like to add that if you're not prepared to do something wrong, then you will never come up with anything original. Now, I hope you're familiar with this technique. It's an old technique. It's the 5 whys technique, the one that helps us to go in the deep down of the cause of the accident or incident or any undesired event and find the actual root causes. The more whys you ask, the more you go deeper and closer to the actual root cause. Now, let's see a simple example. A very nice incident is that the alarm didn't go off. Before that, what was the problem? The problem was that I ran through a red light. Why? Because I was late at work. Why? Because I woke up late. But why? As I said, because the alarm didn't work. But is it equipment that really fails? Why the alarm didn't work? Because the battery was exhausted. And why the battery was exhausted? Because I forgot to check it. Now, that is the incident investigation and analysis that we are used to doing. We understand the problem, we identify the failure, we identify the holes in the system. I talked before about the barriers a lot. You see the hazards, you see the holes aligning, creating an accident. And what is really important in this slide is that we always focus on why. Never, never on who did something wrong. This is part of our no blame culture. It is the stone of our no blame culture. And then we avoid dealing with the main obvious reason. Do not jump into conclusion. This is a very good tip. Investigate in depth using the 5 whys. Take preventive actions. We learn from the causes, we fix the system, And that is how we avoid recurrence. I repeat that this is something that we are all used to doing. It's very common to us, but how we can improve it further. Let's see if Eleni has something new or different to add.
So, we can improve the incident investigation by understanding these two simple terms, causation and correlation. Causation is the simple relationship between the cause and the effect, like physics. Okay, this is the facts that they're causing the incident. The correlations is something we think that created the incident, but most of the times it's not related to it. A simple example is like this. You know, I'm a little cold now. If I tell to my mother that I'm a little cold, she will ask me, did you bring your jacket with you? Because we have the mentality, the correlation that we are getting sick because we don't wear a jacket. That the sick is caused from the cold temperature, let's say. But this is not true. By science, we are getting sick because of the germs, the virus, etc. This is a very representative example of these two terms. Next slide. And we have also these three types of reasoning. Reasoning, it means logically, okay? It's an investigation, causal reasoning, to find the logical root of the accident incident. We have the solutional reasoning. What we did on the spot to correct what happened, our immediate action. We have the defensive, what failed, what was missing, what went wrong. The second officer was not familiar, a simple one. The second engineer did not complete the permit, a representative one. Okay, these are very practical examples of this defensive reasoning. And with this new type of, it's not actually a new type, I will explain you after. These calls are a reasoning. It's what actually happened to create the problem, the root of the cause. So this new, let's say, mentality, the causal reasoning, is not a revolution. It's not something it was invented now. It's like the incident investigation evolving. Like we had the VIQ 7, now we will have the SIRE 2. It's like, you know, we don't follow the systems like they were created, bless you, that they were created 30 years ago. We involve everything in the shipping industry, which is a very dynamic industry in every aspect, okay? So, yes. So it's a new way of thinking, a new way of mentality. With this causal reasoning, we want to find what element was added in order to create the incident, not that what was missing. Because, you know, when something happens, it's not like it was missing a procedure just now. You forgot to apply lotto one time, and that time incident happens. Most probably you forgot to apply lotto 1 year ago, since until the incident occurs. So we need to see what element was added, what systemic issue created at this moment, or any human behavior, any human error that make the click and the incident occurs.
What Eleni is trying to say is that the word not is something we maybe try to avoid from now on. It also goes with our no blame culture. We focus in what was there and not in what was missing. First, we ask what, and then we ask why. Again, we cannot jump into conclusions.
So, we are going to see a very practical example of this new concept. We have in the
These
slide,
are photographic lessons.
Yes. Are they the same? We have any professional photographer here?
We have one.
We have one. Are the same lenses? No. What changes, maybe?
Focus.
Exactly.
The focus, exactly. So what we see through the lens. We have this landscape. It's exactly the same landscape, but with each lens, we focus on a specific thing each time. You see, with the first one, it's a very generic overview of the mountain, and with the other two lenses, we're coming closer and closer. So this is like the concept of this new incident investigation technique, to investigate the cause by focusing in something that you cannot see from far away. So yes, with the common mistakes we do so far in the incident investigations, we focus on what no, we tend to look. I'm sorry.
It's just that the relation between the cause and effect.
Yes, the cause and effect, and what was added, like we said before, and created the incident.
And what is causal reasoning is asking from you, this new mindset. I have to add that this concept was introduced by us quite recently from Shell, and they have followed this method in incidents, and they have found out that the preventive actions identified through this new method are more effective, and that is why they are trying to pass it out to all their partners, the partners in safety.
And also to focus more to the human element, and
Right.
not to the procedure.
We are talking about the human element for so many years, but this is a practical way to do it. So let's see a real incident. I will just recite the facts of this incident. It was dusk, almost nighttime. The launch was old and with only one person on board. Launch boarding light was on but not aiming correctly. Vessel's gangway searchlight was out of order. Inspector stepped on the launch but was not able to reach the rails and fell into the water. He tried boarding the launch but was weighed down due to wet clothes and backpack. Nobody could assist. Eventually, he was rescued by a marine rescue team. The initial investigation. Now, this is the investigation done with the method we are used to doing so far. The launch boarding light was not used correctly. The gangway searchlight was not operational. The launch was not sufficiently manned. The launch rails were not positioned correctly. It focuses on what was missing. But this way of thinking leads us to these preventive actions. Launch boarding light to be properly used in future, gangway searchlight to be repaired and checked prior use, launch to be manned by at least 2 persons, launch to be modified so that the rails can be at arm's reach. But this is the old point of view, that what we had up to now. Let's see if the fresh blood of our rescuee has a new point of view.
So with this new technique, we're actually focusing on investigating the same incident that the inspector fell off the launch. You see, we come to different conclusions, different outcomes, because we see the incident with a different lens. So again, the inspector, we have the same root causes like before, they are still in force, but that was added in that time is that the choose of the selection of the inspector to actually board the launch boat. He saw the unsafe conditions, but he boarded any case, okay? It was his decision that bring the outcome of this incident. So with the causal reasoning, we're trying to focus on these behaviors that can create the incidents, accidents. And with the same event, we came to different conclusions, different preventive actions. You see, the previous one was to check the lights, make more in-depth inspections to the equipment before the embarkation. But with this new causal reasoning, we come, what was the preventive actions? You know, actually, this BP incident, or a Shell incident, I think they forbid it.
Exactly.
They focus that it's the decision of the inspectors that can create these problems, and now they banned the boarding through launch boat.
everywhere
was,
in their organization, the oil rigs and everything. Transportation, they found out that it was 50% of their incidents during a year. So whenever they see a transportation mode, they try to ban it. They do not allow launches anymore.
Yeah. And actually, I have one example of my, during this forum, I will say a lot of story times.
We like that. Share your experiences.
It's the best way to convey your message, I believe, the story time. Okay. I have one similar. I didn't fall overboard, thank God. Cape Town, night time, maybe 2 a.m., 4 meter swell, and we were about to disembark like 10 persons. It was 10 years ago, this incident. By pilot ladder, because with a accommodation ladder, it was very unsafe to hit by the launch boat. About 5-6 people, they disembark. In order to disembark with these swell conditions, you had to jump like in a horizontally 2 meters to jump to the launch boat. Okay. For me, I consider it unsafe. And I was afraid because also with my physique, I couldn't jump like 2 meters. I wasn't like the other sailors who were strong. And I said to the captain, to the chief officer who was there at the time, Chief, I cannot. He said to me, master's orders. He was new chief mate also then. And I was insisted, I cannot. Also the other guys, the remaining, they were afraid also, but they didn't want to
speak up.
To speak up, okay. And the chief said to the master, Captain, Eleni, she doesn't like, she afraid. And the master said, either she jumps or she doesn't disembark. Imagine my psychology. I was cadet. If I delayed one more day, I will lose my whole semester. But I insisted. And I forced them to use the basket in order for me to disembark and the other guys safely. So it was my behavior at that time, my selection, to not follow, to otherwise to say
challenge the instructions.
The instructions, and I see the unsafe conditions, and I reported, and I didn't fall overboard, thank God. So with the causal reasoning, let's try to conclude this one. We want to look for what happened, actions, behaviors. We look further and deeper on not what was missing, what was not there, but what was added. Incidents do not occur because something was missing most of the times. They occur because we did something different. This is the key message of the causal reasoning.
And of course, everything to do with the human element, and these are the 5 human principles that we will analyze tomorrow in depth. This is just a teaser, and it's the third one that I really want to talk about now. It's context drives behavior, and how you respond matters. Those 2, which is quite relevant to you who are officers, and use this card, how to become a great safety leader. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eleni. Thank you, Eli, for presenting a difficult topic in a very nice and easy to understand way. When I used to sail and I had to call up office, usually in a very stressful or a critical situation, which involved usually $1 million worth of issues, if there was a very calm and assuring voice on the other side, that would be our next presenter, our operations manager, Mr. Fivos Christopoulos. Please welcome him, who will join Christina and Eleni again.
Hello? 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 Can you hear me?
No, it's off.
We are good? Okay. Good morning also from my side. Thank you everybody for being here with us today. It's a pleasure to be back in India after some time. It's a pleasure to see you all, and thank you all for taking the time and being here with us today. We will start with a video we have prepared. We are here to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So let's watch the video and then we take it from there. Thank you very much.
Hello, Prasan.
Hi, Kalimera, Yani.
How are you?
All good, all good.
Good thing the captain of the other ship was experienced and moved fast. Otherwise, the situation would have been much worse. Now it's just going to be an open and shut case for us.
I sure hope so. My leave is starting on Monday. Did you read who the master was?
Yep, poor Mike. In all the years I've known him, this is the third time he's been involved in an accident. But of course, this time it was the fault of the second officer.
And we all know women drivers are just as bad at sea as they are on road.
Exactly. Well, it's just as well they appointed us to do the investigation. Imagine if we had a woman on the team. We wouldn't even be able to talk like we do.
Now that you have mentioned it, what about the new guy that's supposed to be heading the investigation?
I don't know, never met him. I saw his CV on LinkedIn. He didn't have a photo, but he must be young. Master's license at 27, then some studies on a fancy subject, and just joined the SQE team as a deputy DPA. He's supposed to be an expert on causal reasoning, whatever that may be.
What's his call?
Sasha, something.
Like Sasa Baron Cohen, the Borat guy.
Oh, I love Borat. Borat from Kazakhstan is the best. But I think he probably believes he's more like Tom Cruise.
But probably ends up more like Austin Powers.
Oh, behave.
Well, who knows? Perhaps someone senior is pushing him.
You never know. Maybe the CEO, even though she doesn't really like anyone except for herself. But it doesn't really matter. We'll do the investigation the way we know, and we'll just hand it over to him to sign it off. That's all. Anyway, let's go get him.
Let's go. Here we are.
Hello, love. We're looking for Sasha.
You're in the right place.
Well, is he here?
Are you his secretary? We need to do an investigation with him, so why don't you go get him? Come on, snap it up.
Oh, I see. I've been getting that a lot since I was in the academy. My name can sometimes be confusing. I'm Sasha Markovic. And you must be Yanis Sendrasham.
Yes, sorry about that.
Yes, of course. Nice to meet you, Sasa.
Nice to meet you too, gents. Shall we get down to business?
Yes, of course.
Guys, we need to focus on the facts. And we need to find out all the details. I don't see a lot of information here. Did you run any interviews?
Yes and no. We spoke to the master and he clarified everything. It was 100% the fault of second officer. This is master's statement, which is pretty clear. The second officer, she could not handle everything on her own. Didn't even call him, and that was the end of it. No need to look further. I have known this master for ages, and he's a very experienced.
So, you didn't even bother to interview any other bridge team members?
There really is no need to. It will just be a waste of time. Our time. This girl did everything wrong. Bridge procedures, standing orders, checklist. She threw everything out of the window. A young, inexperienced second officer made a mistake. A female second officer, if you don't mind me saying.
Actually, I do mind. You need to get rid of these stereotypes, and you need to do it fast. It's 2023 and not the dark ages. Whether you like it or not, and apparently you don't, we're a team, and I'm leading this investigation. We'll do everything by the book, irrespective of what you may or may not have been used to. and I will not tolerate any sexist language or behavior.
Let's take it down a notch. Yanis did not mean it what he said. It was just a figure of speech. Wasn't it, Yanis?
Yeah, sure.
We all are working for the same thing. Just you said, and we will do these things properly. Let's get them for interviews.
You're right. I'm sorry. It won't happen again.
Great. And one last thing. Let's keep in mind our just culture. We're not looking to find fault or blame anyone. We only want to find out the facts and see if we can improve.
Chief, I'm not feeling well. It's my first time. Have you ever been subject to investigation?
Sure. Not as many times as Captain Michael. No need to worry, it's a standard procedure.
But what will I tell them?
Just answer the questions, be honest, and state the facts. No need to volunteer anything, no opinions or guesses. Keep it to a minimum. Just like the movies. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Sure, make fun, but I am really afraid. What if I say something and doesn't match what the master said? It may be my word against his, and I don't want to end up looking for a job. I really don't know what's best for me.
Look, in my experience, there are no dilemmas. You must speak up and tell the truth. Have faith in the systems and the company. Even if they fail you, at least you will not have failed yourself. This is even more important now that you are young.
Are you sure?
Just tell them everything as it happened, and so will I. I believe they will arrive at the proper conclusions.
Thank you for being supportive, but I'm still afraid.
Well, who isn't? It's human nature after all.
So let's go through this once more. You said that you called Master repeatedly before the close quarter situation at 12:36 and then again at 12:37 and at 30-second intervals thereafter, and there was no answer, correct?
Yes, exactly as you said.
Do you know why there was no answer?
No, I don't. Maybe he was heavily asleep.
You understand that you must tell the truth and that lying is a very serious offense.
But I am telling the truth. After all these calls, I didn't know what to do, so I called the chief officer for help, but it was too late.
The master has stated clearly that you never called him, and that you decided to take action on your own that led to the collision. He's been with the company for 25 years and has loads of experience. Who do you think we should believe?
But I am telling the truth.
Okay, there is no need for such tone. Everyone is allowed to state their case, and it is our job to find out facts. We will speak to Chief Officer and review the VDR recordings, and then we make a determination.
Of course we will, of course, yes.
Second, is there anything you would like to add more to what you have already stated?
No, only one thing. I believe I did my job to the best of my ability and training, and I followed all the procedures. I'm really very sorry this turned out this way, and I would give anything to change the outcome. I understand I was the officer of the watch, and I should take full responsibility.
Thank you for your honesty, Katerina.
Thank you.
Just a reminder that we are not here to play the blame game. Let's not forget the principles of human performance. Error is normal. How you respond matters. And of course, blame fixes nothing. Thank you for coming in. This shouldn't take too long. Can you share with us what your involvement was leading up to the collision?
Not a lot, actually. I was in bed at my cabin and the phone rang. It was the second officer who was on the watch. She said she was in a tight position and was calling the master, but he didn't pick up.
Do you recall the time?
It was about 40 minutes past midnight.
And then what happened?
I rushed to the bridge and we were very close to the other vessel. The second officer had already taken evasive action, and so had the other vessel. But it was too late, so the collision was unavoidable. I sent the AB to call the master. Thankfully, the collision wasn't so hard in the end.
How long did it take for the collision to occur from the moment you arrived on the bridge?
Maybe 1 or 2 minutes, not more.
And what was your opinion on the second officer's actions? How did she sound on the phone? Was she in control of the situation? I bet she wasn't.
On the phone, she sounded very distressed because she was unable to find the master. When I joined her on the bridge, she was in control, but she did seem relieved I was there. As for her actions, I'd say she reacted correctly, only a bit too late to avoid the collision.
Well, I find it hard to believe that the master did not pick up the phone. Could it be that she was so confused that she misdialed? Or maybe that she didn't even try and just made everything up?
Sir, I wasn't there, so there's no way I could know. But I find it hard to believe that anyone, even in distress, can misdial a 2-digit number.
Still, it is a possibility.
Let's talk about the master a bit. What's your opinion? I see here that you've sailed with him before.
He's an experienced captain, hardworking, and very loyal to our company. Maybe a bit old school, but personally I've never had issues with him.
And what was his relationship with the second officer?
Like I said, he's a bit old school, so he's always keeping a distance, but that's okay. I compensate by trying to keep close to them. It was the same with Katerina, maybe a bit more because she's a woman. In general, when it comes to female officers, it is even more difficult to create a relationship, isn't it?
Well, it shouldn't be.
I know, but still it happens. I believe the younger generation is improving in this.
So is it possible that the officer of the watch did not feel comfortable calling the master?
It can happen, I'm sure you know this.
But in this case, second officer told us she was calling repeatedly. Have you noticed anything strange about the master recently? Any sleeping disorders? Any indication of him being preoccupied? Any problems at home? Any drop on his performance?
Well, I don't think it's for me to evaluate the master. We all have problems at home, so why should the master be an exception?
That's not really an answer. Let me ask differently. Did he show any signs of depression or unhappiness? Was he on any kind of medication, as far as you know?
I don't think it's right for me to discuss the private affairs of others.
It is important, if it may be relevant to the case. Anything you say here, remain in confidence.
Look, he had some difficulty sleeping lately, and he had some issues back home. Not sure exactly what, so he started taking sleeping pills.
Do you know when he started and how he got hold of the sleeping pills?
He asked the agent to bring some on board at the last port.
Do you know if he had taken sleeping pills on that night?
There is no way I could answer that.
Thank you for your time and patience. Please rest assured that anything said in this room will remain in full confidence.
Thank you. I'm only trying to help.
As we told you on the phone, we are completing the investigation and would like some clarifications. The findings from VDR recording and the interviews of the other officers and helmsmen don't really fit in your statement. Is there something you would like to add or change?
No, I think I got most of it right.
That doesn't sound like a very positive statement.
Mike, look, we've known each other for ages, and I have always supported you. There is nothing to be afraid of here. The truth is better for everyone. You have proven your worth many times, and the company appreciates this. But the younger officers are just now starting to build a career. It would be unfair to take them down if they are not at fault.
We are all on the same side here. Anything you want to share will remain with us.
To be honest, the truth is I told you everything I remember, but there could have been more. I haven't been sleeping well lately, so I tried some sleeping pills. I woke up with the AB knocking on my door and then I went to the bridge. But there could have been calls earlier that I wasn't able to hear. I just wanted some help with sleeping so I could do my job better.
Is everything okay? Any problems back home?
Everyone has problems. Sometimes it can get just too much to handle. I thought growing older and wiser would make things easier, but I'm not so sure. I'd rather not say anything more.
Whatever it is, you don't have to be going through this by yourself. Most of your career, mental well-being was something people would not talk about. But now there are ways to help.
Is that all for now?
Yes, Mike, and thanks for being so honest. And don't forget, we are here to help.
Thanks, Gianni. Much appreciated.
Very good report, but I can't believe you're recommending we keep employing all these people. What should we expect in the future?
We should expect hardworking and loyal staff who takes pride in their work and strive to get better.
But surely Captain Mike doesn't have a lot to offer. He has seen better days. Maybe we should make an example of him so that the others can understand that we're not kidding. Or maybe the young girl, either she's got it or not. Or maybe she doesn't have what it takes.
With all due respect, I think we should be focusing on promoting positive messages of how the company embraces its people and helps them to get better without blaming them for mistakes.
Yanni, I hope this is not your doing, trying to let your body off the hook.
No way. We have a lot to gain from having different kinds of people on board, irrespective of age, gender, race, or ethnicity. Everyone has their skills and abilities to offer. As for me personally, I've learned over these past few days that diversity is an ally when it comes to getting the job done.
I would like to add that I fully support what Sasa and Yanis just said. The world is moving forward and it's moving fast. And we can only get the result if we learn how to work as a team. I must say this is not what I expected, but I'm pleasantly surprised. Go ahead then, you definitely have my support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So indeed a very nice video, I'm sure you will agree. First of all, let me start by saying that all you have just seen in this video is an act of fiction. It has nothing to do with reality, with resemblance to behaviors we have not seen on board luckily, and I'm sure that we will not in the future. Has nothing to do with real people or real cases, either in the office or on board. I will ask our investigator, Captain Prasan, to stand up, and Captain Mike, let's give them a loud applause. Not only for these two gentlemen over here, but for all the people who worked really hard for making this video. Believe me, there were a lot of people involved. The rest of the actors, all of them are colleagues, the production team, and the script writer, the director, Mr. Anthony Labros. They all have tried very hard in order to make this beautiful video. So let's give them a loud applause, please. So I will start with inviting these two young ladies, these two colleagues, to join me here in order to talk about diversity. Mrs. Christina Toki, please, a loud applause.
Thank
and
you.
Mrs. Eleni Likofreni,
Thank you.
to join me here today in order to discuss about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So, what is diversity? Diversity is actually the difference. It's about accepting that we are all different,
We are different in many ways. We all are human beings. We are meant to be different. It's absolutely normal. And we have to accept it as it is. Diversity is not a new concept. It has been with us already for a few years, and it's growing attention more and more lately, and it will continue to do so in the near future. So the earlier we understand what it is, the better we will manage, the earlier we will embrace diversity, and it's all about personal development. It's all about embracing change. So I will start by saying that we are all different in many, many ways. We are different in much more ways than we can actually think of really hard. So we are, let's take for example all of us here today. We are people with different gender, with different ages. We have the generation gap. This is something that we will touch upon also as a topic later on, immediately afterwards. We have different cultural backgrounds. We have different ethnicity. We speak different languages, different races, religions, political beliefs, sexual orientations, or even disabilities. Christina, would you like to let us know what you think about diversity?
Yes. Fivo, first of all, I hope you can hear me.
Yep.
Thank you for addressing it. It is a very important topic to keep in mind and to all work together to move forward. So first of all, I would like to start with gender that you mentioned initially. I understand our industry has not been, let's say, full of the female presence, but this has started to change during the last years. Maybe hearing the words together, let's say Captain Eleni or Superintendent Christina is not something very, very familiar, but I think it has started to change. I would like to focus on what the video has delivered, that the purpose is the outcome. The outcome is the results that we deliver together. Personally, I have a very good cooperation with all the crews we have on board. We are working together, we are advising each other, we share their feedback, there is a mutual respect, and this is the most important. There is nothing that divides us, such as the items we have here on this slide. We work together and we achieve things together. So I hope that the female presence will be more and more evident in our industry, and I'm sure we will have no problem at all. We will work together very, very efficiently. So this is my take on the gender. Now, regarding also what we are mentioning here, the cultural and ethnicity, I also have some experience with that. So I remember during our time in the site office, when we were delivering, for example, the motor tanker Dimitri, we were delivering to Indian crew mixed with Filipinos, with Romanians. We were a team of Greek superintendents, Korean engineers. So it was a multicultural team that had one common purpose, to deliver efficiently the vessel. It's important to respect and to cooperate with each other. There is nothing that divides us. We all have the same purpose. So please keep in mind to respect each other, to have an open communication, and work together for the best. I think that's the key
Thank you very
message.
much,
Thank
Christina.
you.
That was very well said. Please a loud applause for Christina.
Thank
I
you,
think
thank
she
you.
well deserves it. So I'm very glad that you touched upon the gender differences, and I'm very happy to see that the experience we have had from Korea and from the office and during the attendances on board, that you all have welcomed the ladies in the industry, and this is how we should proceed, and this is how we embrace diversity. So in order to manage and adapt to this change and embrace diversity, there are certain obstacles that we need to overcome. There are certain behaviors and practices that we should get out of our way. In order to do this, we have to be able first to identify them, understand them, and make sure that we intervene, we take action, and we speak up every time we come across such obstacles, such behaviors. Sometimes even ourselves can adapt such behavior, so we have to be vigilant, we have to be careful, and we have to think about what we are doing. But most importantly is that the colleagues, everyone has to speak up when we see such behaviors across our colleagues, from one colleague to another, or from someone else against ourselves. So these obstacles, we have listed here some of them. Discrimination, stereotyping, we will examine each one of them in the later slides. Prejudice and bias, harassment and bullying, the fear of speaking up, it was mentioned also earlier in the presentations, and the affected mental well-being. So in the video we came across earlier, we saw the two investigators here being prejudiced, saying that they have a young, inexperienced officer, or that the girl did everything wrong. However, bias and prejudice is does not only have a negative effect, it can also be on a positive direction. Like Captain Prasan here, he was talking about Captain Mike, that he has known him for ages. So this is a reason that he cannot have made a mistake. So he was actually trying to protect him. And I would say that prejudice and bias can originate not only from gender, cultural disabilities, but for everything we listed in advance. Sexual orientation, it can be anything. We saw in the video also people being afraid. They expressed it clearly and loudly. I'm really afraid. I'd rather not say. We saw people being afraid to speak up and say the truth and what has actually happened. Let me remind you that this was actually, at least it was supposed to be an investigation, not an interrogation. We are not looking to put the blame on anybody. We are only trying to understand what went wrong, and people should not be afraid to tell the truth. Or that the second officer didn't want to lose her job. We saw harassment. We saw harassment. Mr. Labros actually harassing during the investigation. This is something that we need to avoid at all the times, and I will ask Eleni to assist about the fear and harassment and bullying.
Thank you, Fivo. Actually, diversity is not a fancy word just to repeat in every forum or in every gathering in the shipping industry. It's something that actually can create a very vibrant working environment. And we can take advantage of many benefits of this diversity. Because, shipping industry, I think it's the most diverse industry in the working places. We go to every port, we communicate, we cooperate, we eat at the same lunch table. With how many ethnicities per your contract? Plenty. I cannot imagine a seafarer to say that he's racist or a sexist or a whatever. I cannot imagine a seafarer to think like this. But diversity can also create underlying problems, like we mentioned earlier, harassment and bullying. It's very serious, these ones, the two of ones. Bullying actually is created most of the times due to stereotyping. What I cannot understand, I don't go deeper to understand it. I just stereotype it and have a prejudice against it, okay? Either be cultural or religion or whatever. And also bullying can be created, most of the times on board
some groups are created, the strong ones, and some guys may be left over, isolated, excluded. This also is a form of bullying, or can be hidden in jokes, like certain communications in channel 1.6. Some people are named to resemble animals, or some people are just if they smell bad, or the sexual orientation, or what their voice look like. You know how many times I have speak to the VHF 1.6 and after they repeat my voice, me, 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 me. It's very annoying, this one, but it's a form of bullying because they make bullying to my voice. I'm a female. It's something strange to them. They cannot understand it. Female on board, what is happening? And this also, but this sort of jokes can insult someone, and maybe he doesn't express it, and he keeps it. We have to speak up and say what annoys us. And also it is a case of harassment. Harassment can be verbal, can be physical, can be sexual, cyber harassment, psychological harassment, too many forms. And it is also many times created due to power. You know, the people that have the chair, they think that they can act however they want without having any side effects. This is a form of harassment. And also these cases have to be addressed each time, like also microaggressions. You know, these subtle jokes, the small ones, that you say, Fivo, or how many times they called me short? You know, short. But it's a microaggression. Why you call me short? It's like you insult me. You insult how I was born. Okay, and if you say that I am offended, you say, you're sensitive. This is also one type of harassment. Any case, if you feel like something is bothering you, you can politely say, please do not repeat this. I don't feel okay with this. Or if you see something is being harassed on board. Many cases, we saw, you know, the quiet ones in the corner, they make fun of them. Step up. Okay, finish the joke. Report it, speak up, because you can save a life. Maybe it seems like extravaganza, this one, the extra case that someone can commit suicide, but you don't know how every people take this harassment, microaggression, these jokes, these insults inside him. What happened to the other people's mind, we don't know. So we try to protect, and we must protect ourselves and our colleagues against all this.
Thank you very much, Eleni. Very nice. I think you covered everything, so thank you very much. There were a bit of touch-ups I wanted to make, but I think you covered perfectly everything. Thank you so much.
Thank
you. During this video, we came across stereotyping, especially with regards to gender, what Christina also mentioned earlier. We have to understand that women are gaining more and more positions inside the industry. We see them now as pilots, as superintendents, as DPA, as lawyers, surveyors, everything. It's only a matter of time until we see women seafarers also on board sailing with you on our vessels. So we want you to be ready for this change. We want you to manage this efficiently and properly. Embrace the change, welcome the ladies in our industry, and of course we all cooperate because we share the same vision, we share the same mission, and we have only one clear mission: to get home safe, do the job properly, and manage well on the ships. During this video we saw also some positive messages. Olga said that we are not looking to blame anybody. It's not a blame game. We are embracing also the no blame culture. Blame fixes nothing. It only creates guilt and shame on somebody. It has nothing to contribute. We are actually trying to find the reason why we had an incident and try to avoid it in the future. You don't have to be going through this by yourself. This was an expression of caring. So someone is willing to hear what you have to say. Someone is standing by for you, and someone is thinking about you. So whatever is bothering you, you have to speak up. And diversity, Mr. Labro said that everyone has their own skills, abilities, strengths, weaknesses. This is the human nature. This is what we have to embrace. So in order to conclude on this subject, what I will ask is that we all embrace diversity. We have a mission and one target, is to create the proper environment for the people on board to speak up freely. You as leaders, you as officers, you as people managing a group of people on board, and we also in the office as managers, as colleagues with you, we all have to create the proper environment, the proper culture, so that people are not afraid to speak up. They are not afraid to intervene, to take action, to challenge the pilot when he's on board and they see that an instruction is questionable, that they have, like Mrs. Moretti said, they take the responsibility to raise the stop work obligation card. Also to, one more thing, I will remember. And also to, anyway, I forgot it. So that's it actually. What I will ask you is that you all join me and read this out loudly. So if you see something, you have to say something. And if you think something, say something. And if you feel something, say something. Thank you very much. And we will continue now with the generation gap. This was also one of the dimensions of diversity. It's something that we come across daily. We come across it even today. We have representatives here from all these generations which are listed. Here we have the boomers. Of course, what you see here, the dates, the years mentioned are only for reference, so they are not strict boundaries. We have the boomers, we have the Generation X, we have the millennials, and we have the Generation Z. So we have all this range of ages working together on board, working in the office, and it's not only a matter of business-related issue. It's something that the generation gap, it's something that we come across in our everyday life. In order to manage it and deal with it properly, we have to acknowledge the gap. We have to understand it. And we have to try our best to bridge. Each generation has its own behaviors, its own education, its own exposure to technology. All these make us different. We have different experiences. We have to acknowledge all this diversity, and we have to understand that the responsibility to bridge the gap lies on our side, on us all here as managers, as officers, as family persons. We have the obligation and the responsibility to approach the senior side. We have to lead by example. We have to promote diversity, inclusion, and establish clear values for the next generation. We have to understand that communication is vital. The context drives behavior. The actions we take, they have reactions. We have to promote the no-blame culture, and our behaviors are the ones that we pass over to the next generation, to our children, to our junior officers, to our ratings, to everybody. We have to spend more time together with the new generation. We have to be an active listener. We have to find ways to approach them and invest on team building. We have to show genuine interest and share our problems, our experiences, our expectations. If we do this, they will do the same. We have to respect them and try to understand them. If we do this, if we lead by example, they will do the same. They will come back and respect us and try to understand also our points. And of course, this is something which takes time. We have to be patient, we have to be persistent, and we have to do our best. It's an ongoing matter that never stops. So at this point, can we have one short video? It's one of my favorites. I'm sure that you will like it. And then I will pass the floor to the ladies here.
Slow.
You're impatient.
You don't respect my work-life balance.
You're lazy. You want it easy.
You don't appreciate my work and my degree.
You don't appreciate the sacrifices I made when I was your age.
You don't understand the stress I'm dealing with.
Stress? You have no idea how hard it was when I was young.
You're stubborn. You can't change.
You're superficial and you don't go in depth.
You can't multitask and you can't think of new ways to do your job.
You are not focused on your work. Just learn to do it the way I showed you.
You don't understand technology. You're a dinosaur.
You're inexperienced, and yet you think you know it all.
You don't get me. It feels as though I'm speaking a different language.
I don't get you. Maybe you should try talking instead of texting or WhatsApping or whatever you call it.
You never listen to us.
You are always challenging us instead of shutting up and learning.
You lack empathy.
You're oversensitive and always ready to cry.
You don't respect us.
You don't respect us.
You don't respect us.
That was a very nice video. I will pass the floor now to Mrs. Likofridi, Mrs. Eleni Likofridi, to discuss about the generation gap.
We have a age gap, Fivos, eh?
Age gap.
Not so much, not so much.
Generation gap.
Okay. So when I saw this subject in the forum agenda, I thought this has nothing to do with me. I'm not affected by generation gap. And actually, when I saw this video, I called Adonis, Mr. Labros, and I said to him, Adoni, I am affected by the generation gap, indeed. Because I have heard all of these phrases, and I have said all of these phrases. But since my career so far was on board, I thought this was normal, because of the hierarchic structure on board the ships. You know, you have difference in ranks. So all this, you think this is a common environment, but actually can be created due to generation gap sometimes. The structure on board indeed disrupts the communication and compromise safety, because the lower ranks are afraid to say something to the seniors. Imagine how many times when you were in lower ranks, you actually said what you believe. Maybe you said unsafe conditions, unsafe acts, and you didn't say something because it was the master And master has always right. Indeed, he has, but anyway. It was a joke. Nobody laughed. Okay. The joke. And okay, actually, I have one personal experience regarding this one, because this that has the biggest value to understand and to disrupt in this generation gap is the first one. Ask for feedback from your lower. Ask for dialogue. Be open to dialogue. They have the expression, keep your door to be glass, in order, to have a communication. And try to do not make the same things the older generation did to you, and that's supposed to be the correct one, the correct way. And I have this personal experience, story time. Most of my contracts, I had one captain, Captain Michalis. I mention him very often in the office. My colleagues make fun of me. Captain Michalis, for me, is the best captain, the best mentor, the best person I know. He's like a family now, like a friend. He helped me to my career. But Captain Michalis was also very harsh against me. You know how many times I was locked in my cabin and cried? Maybe he came to CCR and said, 2 wings, they didn't make brass one spot, why you didn't see? And we had the tradition. Within the first month of the contract, I bring him a resignation statement. He make me to my limits every contract. And sometimes at the last contract we had together, he made it more often because he wanted me to prepare for become a master. And I said to him, why you do this to me? Why are you pressing so much? And he said, Eleni, I'm sorry I do this to you, but this is how you become stronger. That worked for me. That they did to me, and now I am okay. And I do the same for you to become a good master, to become a good chief officer. Yes, but this was not the correct way. Try to do not repeat. You can have the same result, but being politely explained. No need to harass and make bullying to the lower ranks in order to make them stronger. Try to break this chain, okay? And that's all.
Thank you very much. Christina?
Just a second. I'm muted. Okay, so, the generation gap is something that exists in our work for sure. But what I think is important is to keep the best of both worlds, as we say. Combine the experience of the more senior people with the new ideas of the younger generation. In order to do that, we need to abide to the rules of active listening. Both sides need to keep an open mind and an open space to share new ideas and to inspire each other. I think it is a great role for the leaders, for the senior officers, for the masters, for the chief engineers, to inspire the younger generation. And you lead by example, they follow your actions, and it is most probable that they will repeat when they come into your position. So it is good to give feedback to each other, to keep the best ideas and to work together in order to realize them. That's all I wanted to point out. Promote new ideas, share your experience, work together for the best. Thank you.
Another applause for the amazing. Thank you very much, both. So, Captain Delson.
Thank you very much for your lovely presentation. Very thoughtful and very enjoyable. I hope you all enjoyed it too. So, despite all our diversity and the generation gap, there is one thing that connects us all, and that is we all get hungry, and so it is time for food. So, when you go outside in the reception lobby, there you will see a set of stairs that go down. You can see a picture of Vasco da Gama there. So, you take those stairs, go down, and on your left hand side is a Kokum kitchen restaurant where food will be served. We will meet back in 1 hour's time, 13:10 or so. We will be seated here for the second half of this session. Thank you very much. tasty, and it looks like some didn't want to leave their plates. Anyway, this will be a session after a nice hearty meal, and the most difficult part will be being an active participant. So, if there is a gray area on board, that is mostly related to promotions and evaluations, and I know a lot of you will have a lot of questions regarding this. So, we have two very calming, reassuring personnel from the crewing department, Mr. Panagioti Barses and Mr. George Margioras, who will shed some light on this very contentious topic.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain Delson. Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Panagiotis Bargis. I am working in the crew department for the last 10 years. I started working on board our tankers, and then I continued in our crew department, and here is my colleague George, who many of you may know him as a technical superintendent, which in the last year or so, he found his true calling, and he joined us in the crew department. So we are the crew department. We are the people who force you to go on board when you don't want to. We are the people who force you to go for training when you want to go for vacation with your family. It's things that we don't want to do, but we have to. So we are here to address a few topics that might interest you. So I'll pass the mic to my colleague George to give you a few thoughts.
Good afternoon to all. I know now you have not started digesting yet. It is few minutes. So soon will start. We are going to drop a bit, but it's okay. So this is very simple things. Head office familiarization. First of all, before you join a ship, you see how much stressed you are also, to follow some trainings. Today, the shipping industry is following a lot of training, demands these trainings. You know, if we don't comply, we receive observations. But it's not only just to have the paper, it's vital to learn and update your knowledge. So this is very important. We continuously keep learning. So for office familiarization, it is our standard to come, the top 4 officers in office, to visit us and to see you, to talk with the staff. You are part of our company. You have to understand that when we call you there, you take it, let's say, positively, and you come with a good spirit before joining the vessel. I know you are going to lose few days, but you have to. You meet each other. Some of you, I don't know, even now, I know few people only here. Even I'm 26 years in technical, plus this last year. So more you come, is better for all of us. Also, you can combine. I'll tell you something. You come in a nice country. You can make it also some holiday. Evening time, go outside, see something, some historical things. So always please keep positive spirit when you're coming in office. You are coming to take some information there. So, it is the work and rest hours, another thing. These days, everybody is concentrated. There is a campaign from Port State Control, AMSA, oil majors. They want you to learn, and us. They want us to learn to follow this work and this procedure. Number one, especially for captains and chief engineers, also for the future captains and chief engineers, pre-planning. Make a good planning. You are sailing, that time I know the seafarers find the time to rest, but before you arrive at the stressed port with a lot of activities there, you have to already to make your pre-planning, how your crew is going to work. So also, when you make the inputs inside the work and rest, cross-check what is going on Captain maybe is having a drill. Same time, one guy is having drill, same time he's sleeping. Please try to minimize and go to the actual. And also we go to, the meaning is also to rest the people, not only just to hide and to appear a nice, let's say, sit to the inspector and say, everybody is rest and work as per procedure. No, they must understand you must rest. The people must rest and work. There is a reason why they make it that. For the promotions now, okay.
Maybe let's talk about the evaluations and then we'll conclude with
okay. What is the performance evaluation? What is the definition of performance evaluation? Is to evaluate, this is a very important also part, to evaluate your performance. It is what is saying the word. This is also coming from the industry. Like that, you enable us to understand, to promote you, to go ahead. There are many people, even us here, we are talking. After this performance evaluation, we reach in this position after so many years. All of us, we start from C. And here you see the examples, as you also. So, identifies area of improvement. This is what I said. Clarifies expectations. Create careers growth. Set goals for promotion. How can do that? Top officers, especially even the second engineers, chief officers. You have to talk, when you see, and you see one seafarer that is good, you have to help that. Also, this will help your team in the future. Try to award him, let's say, and give some good comments, so the captain or chief engineer to write something. So sooner than later, he will reach in the next position. This evaluation, daily we receive thousands of evaluations and we screen all of them. Even now you are screening us. You are evaluating us, how I'm talking, how I'm studying. This is a dynamic process and we have to follow that.
But George, I think it is a very difficult process.
Yes.
Sometimes it can be very intimidating, and especially when two people are on a different side of perspective. So, to demonstrate this, we would like to show a humorous video to show a kind of this evaluation.
Please.
So that was my weekend, nothing special. What about you? You seem rather chipper for a Monday.
Today is a good day. It's my performance review.
Wait a minute. You're excited about the performance review?
My next meeting is a one-on-one. I have to deliver a performance review.
That's not necessarily a bad thing.
It's with Matt.
Oh, I can see why you're so depressed.
Man, I'm stoked about this one. Because last time Melanie gave me kind of a bad review.
Last time I gave him an extremely negative review.
What exactly did she say?
You know, mumbo-jumbo manager speak.
I couldn't have been more clear.
Like needing a little touch-up here and there.
His appearance was sloppy, he was passive and unmotivated.
Maybe learn some more stuff.
And the quality of his work was completely substandard.
And we talked about my future.
I also said that I didn't see much of a future for him.
Dude, you have to read between the lines, but she was majorly hinting that I could go places.
I don't think he's gonna make it to the end of the year anyway.
With a little spit and polish? No big deal. So that's what I did. Got myself some spit and polish. Buddy, you're looking at Mr. Improved.
If anything, he's gotten worse. I don't know which is more objectionable, his social deficiencies or his technical incompetencies.
I mean, I busted my hump this last year. I even took some night classes at the community college.
Well, I can see why you're so enthused about things.
It's more than that. I think I'll finally get that promotion I deserve. And believe me, with the new baby on the way, I could use all the cash I could get.
I'm putting Matt on probation, and that means no yearly bonus, but fortunately, I hear his wife has a good job.
Especially with my wife losing her job and all.
Sorry to hear about that, mate. Tell you what, you give me a call after the review and we'll celebrate over lunch or something.
Yay. Okay. Cheerio.
Well, call me for lunch later. I have a feeling you're gonna need to take a break.
Well, Matt, are you ready?
You bet. Now, I'm jumping the gun a little bit here, I know. And maybe it's just nerves because my wife lost her job and all. But you'll see I deserve that promotion.
Promotion?
Yes. And I have you to thank. You know that little pep talk last time? And with being a new daddy and all. Anyway, I'm just so excited to hear what you have to say.
Facing a crucial conversation?
So that was my week.
Kind of situation that you may have faced either from one side or the other. And I know that it can be frustrating. So, let me tell you what is happening after the evaluation. So, as you know, when the master disembarks or when a seafarer disembarks, there is an evaluation of all the crew. So, we receive this evaluation on real time through Danaos, and then it's been reviewed by the admin staff of the crew department. They note where there are areas that need follow-up, and then some responsible people from crew department, from MAROPS, and from technical department, they determine some next course of action. Then we send some instructions to the manning offices, the CENMAR offices, and then there is some additional training, there is some briefing, there is some training ashore, there is some mentoring. But what I want to tell you here and now, the most important training and the most important briefing is on board, on the job. The message that we are trying to pass here is simple. The evaluation is not a paper exercise. The evaluation is a very, very vital tool for the development of our career. Do not see it as a meaningless paperwork. I have this message for the senior officers where when you give some time to evaluate someone, be honest, be positive, and remember those people who mentored you in your past. Remember those who helped you achieve what you have achieved so far. And don't be afraid to give some points for someone to get better. No one is perfect. Everyone gets better day by day. And also, do not be afraid to give a positive comment to someone for his good work. This will give them such a confidence to continue. And now, my last message for the younger generation, do not be intimidated by some comments of your superiors. You have to be frustrated if you stay on the same level. You have to go every day in front of the mirror and ask yourself, have I improved since yesterday? Have I done something to contribute to my community on board my vessel? And always keep in mind, the success doesn't come to people who are intelligent or they have talent. The success comes to the people who are hungry for it. And if you have consistency, you will find it. I know how frustrating it can be that you are expecting a promotion and it doesn't come. But I can reassure you on this, that if you work every day, work all the time, bust your ass, and through tears and personal commitment, your efforts will be acknowledged. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but don't lose hope. Those who give up and stay the same will always remain like that and will never improve. So, motivate yourselves. We, as a company, have a policy to promote our people within the organization, and we are very proud. I see people here who started as cadets and now they have 4 stripes. And we are very proud of these people. And the younger people, we want them to follow this example. That is all. Thank you very much.
I'd like to add something, just a few minutes. He said about the evaluation before the crew leaves, we have to make. Also, recently we had, 2 days ago, one observation on Coral Island. It was here, correct, Captain? So, when a crew member is disembarking, don't forget to sign the work and rest hours. This coming observation, if he is not signing that, please remember that. It was very recent, very fresh. Thank you very much for all of you.
Thank you very much, George. Thank you very much, Panagiotis. Very insightful. So, in the earlier days of coal shipping, the place where the coal was stored was called a bunker, because much like a military bunker. So, today the solid coal fuel is replaced by its liquid version. However, we still call it bunkering, and to shed some light on the bunkering operation, can I please have Miss Christina and Captain Eleni, please come here.
No. No, I think
Yes,
it's
yes.
okay. Okay, guys, before we begin this one, I think you know by now Eleni is the storyteller, but okay, I'll tell you also a story about that. She called me a few weeks ago to do this bunkering presentation today, and I was wondering if it is still relevant, considering that we did this a few times before. So I would like you to please take some time to think and raise your hand if you ever had any problem during bunkering operation. Any issue from the most minor, let's say, to the most major. Did you have any problem?
I believe everybody.
So everybody raising hands?
Raise.
I don't see any hand.
No problem, just to see if we...
The percentage.
It is the digestion.
Okay. Okay, so Eleni, you were right.
Ναι.
Let's do it, okay.
So, bunkering operations, but we are not going to focus so much on the process, but on what can go wrong during the bunkering operations. A quick review. The bunkering steps. We have the nomination. This, you know how it works. Intended voyage, miles, days, speed, consumption, idle time anchorage, discharging, safety margin. We need 1,000 tons. The bunkering department, together with the operations department, together with the chartering department, they decide that we are going to send to the ship to take some bunkers for this voyage. We have the planning, the delivery planning. The office decides that in Singapore, motor tanker CENMAR are going to receive this quantity. They see the schedule of the ship, the voyage, how it, if it works. The CENMAR goes to Singapore. We have the operation overview, how many hours will take, what will be the supplier, the bunker barge. If we have any simultaneous operations, we're going to discuss about this tomorrow. And they are arranging the bunkering when it will happen. We have the transfer. This is up to you. The bunker batch comes, we make the bunkering operation, and after we have the post-documentation, BDN, quality analysis, records, okay, exchange information between the office and the ship. But what incidents can occur during all this process, and especially during the transfer? It was a question.
Any ideas?
Random thoughts. What can go wrong during the bunkering?
George? Yes.
Pollution.
Pollution, okay.
10
Anybody
points.
else? Line freezing.
Line
okay.
freezing. Other. Come on. What can go wrong during bunkering?
Also.
What?
Wrong transfer to different tank.
Oh,
You said that.
this have happened to you before? It's a personal experience. Okay, okay, it's a common. What can go wrong? Other?
Because we are streaming, please use your microphones when you want.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Any ideas? It's a risky operation, bunkering. Pressure surge, correct. You know, because it's an operation that happens maybe every month, we have get used to it and we ignore the risks. I'm sure you have 15 things in your mind right now, but okay, it's bunkering. It's not like ship-to-ship, cargo ship-to-ship operation. But this doesn't mean that it does not have its risks and dangers that can occur. Okay, I have here some answers. Spills, collision, contamination, fire, and equipment failure. We're going to see now some cases, along with Christina. These are real cases that they're circulated to the industry. Case number 1, fire, happened on March 2018 at Singapore. During bunkering operations, a fire broke out on board a tanker. The fire quickly spread to the bunker batch and caused significant damage to both vessels. What was the cause? Ignition of fuel vapor due to static electricity discharge. So this is the one that we most forget, or it's an extra tick box in the safety checklist, either cargo, either bunker, about the electrical continuity, if what measures we use in order to disrupt this. So, static electricity, how can we prevent it? Thoughts? Ideas? Grounding, correct. Another. We use it on the flange. What? Correct. Not only this, but okay, but mainly this is our two safeguards against this. We have the grounding. The cables on the pipeline are not accessories in English. We connect these metal parts. This is very important for you to inspect. And if you see any grounding that is missing or it's taken out, please look at it. Okay, it's not something with low significant. And we have also the insulating flanges. I have seen some crew do not use in the presentation flange of the manifold correctly. You have to train your people for what is used this one and why it has to be specific material, okay, in order to disrupt the continuity. Okay, Christina will take it from here, the next one.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see the second case, fuel contamination. So a vessel was loaded with 1,000 metric tons of fuel oil from a reputable supplier. Several days after that, the vessel reported engine failure and fuel system blockage. What was the cause? The fuel contained unusually high levels of sediment and water. I think we have experience from that, and how can we prevent that? Any thoughts? Anybody? Planning is a yes. MSDS. Okay, all good ideas. So, what can we do practically? First of all, we address the requests to reliable suppliers. This is handled by the office and we will make sure about that. The quality analysis, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the FOBAS analysis that we follow up after its bunkering. We make sure to receive it always on time, preferably before having to consume the fuel. If you need to consume it, I want to remind you that you need to inform the office. Along with the FOBAS analysis, we try from the technical department to give you some additional guidance if we have any, let's say, quality indication problems, such as high cut fines, TSP, water. So we try to address them based on the analysis and assist you during the consumption of the fuel. And of course, you need to make sure that the filtration and separation systems are in optimal condition. Check your ROBs for overhauling kits, for repair kits. Check your PMS for the jobs to be done. In the case of bad quality fuel, the purifiers are the #1 machinery that can help us to overcoming. The preventive maintenance crew training is of course essential, especially chief engineers. You need to familiarize the rest of the officers and of the crew how to handle a fuel of bad quality. So I think we've covered most of that. Eleni, I give it back to you.
Case number 3, oil spill. This is very frequent. We have also the last year one, I think not overboard, but on deck. Spill on deck, the hydraulic one. Yeah. Okay. This one was on August 2022 at Rotterdam, let's say. The vessel was receiving fuel oil to fuel oil tank to port. Before the topping off, the second engineer ordered crew to open fuel oil tank 1 starboard valves in order to have, reservoirs if something goes wrong. Suddenly, the fuel oil tank 1 port overflowed from the vent head and fuel oil was spilled on deck. What was the cause? The engine crew member misheard second engineer's order and opened the full fuel oil tank 1 port valves. So I think that was the cause also for our spill on deck, the hydraulic. They misheard or they opened a wrong valve and it went from the other side. This I have seen to almost happen in the bunkering operations because especially in the topping off, you know better than me, everybody are exhausted and too much disruption in the communication. How can we prevent the oil spill? This was easy, I believe. More participation I need from you. You tell me, how can we prevent the oil spill?
Proper communication.
Communication, correct.
There should be a proper pre-bunker meeting and all the time should be brief to all the crew.
Please use your
Use the
mic.
mic, please. Pass the microphone, please. Can we take the mic?
Έχουμε.
Yes, sure. Can you pass me the microphone, please?
Yes, you can see. He has already opened.
I was telling there should be a proper pre-bunker meeting and all the duties and responsibilities and the tanks to be bunkered should be properly briefed to all the crew members, the engineers and the ratings involved.
Correct. The bunker planning to be properly communicated to all crew members, the involved ones, not only the chief engineer and the second engineer and the third to know which fuel tanks will going to load. Everybody should know in order to be able to detect if the mistake going to happen, okay? Here are some measures. SOPEP. And by saying SOPEP, the emergency response to an oil spill. What it includes, okay? All the actions we have to take, the emergency, the containing equipment, the SOPEP drills, which we should not neglect because I see people don't even know what is the SOPEP equipment. They don't know how to use. They don't know what we have on board. If we have booms, if we have sawdust, or that the tools should not be metal or sparking ones, okay? All crew must be familiar with all this. Containing measures, like the scupper plugs, very important. And to inspect the scupper plugs, you know here this rubber type, if it's cut on around or due to rust from the drain, the pipe, this does not seal, okay, you know. Crew training regarding of what can go wrong and how we can manage the incident of oil spill during bunkering. Piping system understanding. We have to know the valves, where if the fuel goes from here to here, from where it will pass. Okay, this is very important, even for the low ranks, to know the piping of the engine room, okay? Communication, like you said. Don't forget the batteries in the walkie-talkies. Maybe switch off accidentally, you didn't even notice, and will come incident, okay? Fatigue, everybody should be rested. I know this is very difficult in ports where we have many activities, but at least try the rotation of duties. Do not take all the second engineer 18 hours direct to be present and awake in all the operation. Duties allocation, to be specific. No, let's go take some bunkers and nobody knows where to go. Everybody should know the duty. where will they have to go, what they have to report, and the bunkering plan, like you said, to be clearly communicated to all with a daily work planning meeting, as we do in the toolbox meetings, the toolbox talks. This information should be circulated. And if we do this, we have the hazards covered. And Christina?
Yes. Okay, let's see case 4 now, which is a lesion. So basically we had the bunker operation between a motor tanker and a bunkering barge. The barge cast off as she was on her way to depart. The motor tanker was anchored and suddenly the barge collided to the tanker, causing severe hull damages. The root cause was unexpected weather, strong winds pushing the barge to the tanker, giving no time for reaction. And just to, let's say, to make a small introduction, this is not something that is a scenario we make up from our mind. This is a recent case we had on board of one of our vessels, Capsali, happened earlier this year. During bunkering operation, the barge collided with a tanker, creating an approximately 4-meter opening on the hull. The vessel had to go for urgent repairs. You can see here the pictures of the repairs. So how can you prevent a collision or lesion with a bunkering barge during bunkering? Anybody?
Fendering, correct.
Yes, fenders. Communication with the bunkering barge, mooring, lookout, check the weather always. Keep in mind there might be a sudden change, so you have to react proactively, supervise, address the crew to each job, be vigilant, and make sure to report correctly. What I think both of us want to conclude for this presentation is that during the bunkering operation, you need to be active. It is not a passive operation that we are just looking, let's say. You can react, you can intervene. If you see something that you don't agree, something that seems risky to you, you can always intervene, stop, ask the office for advice. Yes, Miss Ellie also showing here the card.
Stop working obligation.
Stop
yes.
work obligation. So it's not a passive operation, it's something we need to participate actively. I think that's all.
Yeah, that's all, and I hope you all have safe bunkering ops and not to become bunkering oops.
Okay.
No, tough crowd. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
It was a fantastic presentation. Just to remind you, especially deck officers for the bunkering. What happens, we have recently seen many incidents and accidents with the bunkering operations. People, there is a mindset, is a bunker operation, nothing will go wrong. It's not like that. Bunkering operation is a very, very critical operation. Your ship is big, the bunker barge is smaller, maybe their bridge wings, the side, their hull, there is a crane, and many things are involved here. So deck officers, the master, chief officer, should be more alert on this until it is made fast and during cast off. That is a very critical, because these two ships shapes are different, the speed is different, approach is different. And secondly, the important is the bunker barge master. They are very reluctant because they are doing every 6 hours going to another vessel, they don't sleep properly. So we have to be alert. In case you find this bunker barge approach is not good or their construction is not good, you stop. Stop, inform office, we will take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Prashant, thank you. And thank you for your lovely presentation. And for the next presentation, I am very honored and very pleased to introduce the next speaker, that is yours truly, me. So, what we'll do is, in the next few minutes, we will see how our fleet vessels have done in rough weather, what has happened to them, how we have handled our ship in rough weathers, what lessons we have learned from some of the incidents that happened in rough weather, and what we can do about it. So, let's begin by acknowledging the harsh realities of life at sea. We'll look at a few things that went wrong. As you can see here, we had some minor damages like the buckled platform, bent railings, damaged LSFFS set, a damaged vent. Some damages were a little more serious. We had a damaged pilot ladder arrangement, a damaged pilot ladder itself. There was a damaged access bro and a buckled forepeak store and even a damaged gangway. There was an incident where waves scooped up an entire davit, the forward davit, and just imagine what a davit which can run freely in your ship, what kind of damage it can cause, a freely wandering davit. Well, we even had a gangway that got washed away, and as you must be aware, gangways cannot be easily purchased. They have to be fabricated, they have to be connected to a convenient port, transported across road, and they have to be, just imagine the logistics of it. So, other than that, when this gangway was being made and connected, it took a few months, and during this time we had to miss a lot of trading opportunities where this vessel had to go alongside on the starboard. We couldn't pick up those ports. So, it was a commercial loss also. Well, if you thought that was the worst that it could get, it was not. We had a vessel that had to undergo an emergency dry docking for many months because there was a damage to the tail shaft and stern tube bearings caused by propeller racing. You can see them fitting the issue, and it was not just that, there was also damaged liners and broken scraper and piston rings attributed to fuel contamination from the sludge and sediments which get shaken off from the service tank and was introduced into the engine. And to top it all these damages that you saw, we never entered into any tropical storm or any cyclone. Most of it happened in Beaufort Force 7 and 8. So, what can we do, what lessons are learned from this incident, and how can we prevent such recurring damage? So, a ship's hull is strengthened to withstand heavy seas. However, the ship's outfitting on deck, the things that are on deck, may not be able to withstand the same ferocity of the waves, and when it comes to preventing such damage, the most important thing is planning. Unlike a few years ago, when the best weather report we could get was weather facts or EGC report, which was a very vague weather report, today we have much more precise information where we get weather updates like nearly every hour, what can happen. We have the NAVTOR's passage planning, the weather series, which gives you a good idea of what you can expect. So, in the report you see numbers like this. The upper number says the height of the wave. So, when you see a number which is very close to your freeboard or bigger than your freeboard, you are very sure that you can expect shipping seas. The second number is the number below is something called the wave period. How many waves pass in a particular, how many seconds it takes for a wave to pass, and if you square that wave period and multiply it by 1.56, you will come to know a wave period that you need to be wary of. So, for example, if you have a wave period of 12 seconds, you square it and you multiply by 1.56, you get about 220 meters. So, if you are on a ship of 220 meters, this is something that you have to be very cautious of. Now, you do not need to remember this formula and calculation every time. When you join a ship, just be aware that I am on a ship of 220 meters, there is a wave period of 11 to 14 seconds, and I will be careful of this. I will take heavy weather precautions when I am expecting such a wave period. If you are on a smaller ship, maybe the wave period would be 8 seconds, 9 seconds. So when you go on board, calculate what is your danger wave period for your vessel. So freeboard and wave period are two things that you can get from these nearly hourly weather reports. So during this planning stage, we normally are concerned of waves that come from ahead or from the beam. And as the saying says, like, you have following seas, it's something we wish good luck, have following seas. But unfortunately, following seas are not always very good. The damage that you saw of the missing gangway and the propeller happened to a vessel most likely with following seas. The gangway definitely happened when they were following seas. And in fact, following seas are so dangerous that IMO has a special circular 1228, which gives a diagram like this. It tells the ship's people, that the ship staff, that the officers, to calculate which zone your vessel lies in, and if it is in the dangerous zone, you need to take preventive measures. Now I have put a few formulas, put a whole graph. You don't need to remember it now. You don't have to write it. We have a heavy weather fleet bulletin. I only encourage you to, once you go on board, please have a look at it. If you are already on board, have a look at it, read it, see what are the things that you can get from your weather report that can assist you. Now that you have planned for the, you have decided that this is going to be heavy weather, what can you do about it? Remember one thing, the wave, when it comes on board a ship, it is like it's very heavy, and plus it has momentum. So if it is 100 tons of water, with momentum it can be like 200 tons of water. Now that's like three elephants jumping from about 4 meters height. And imagine when that happens, on what happens to your deck fixtures. Maybe nothing will happen to the deck, but imagine elephants jumping on your pipelines, on your hydraulic lines, or on your gangway. What could happen? Air vents, yes. So be careful of the waves that come on board. They carry a lot of momentum with them. So what can we do? So one of the most effective remedies to reduce such a scenario, such damages, is to slow it down, slow your ship's vessel's speed. If you have ever drifted in rough weather, you would have noticed that if your vessel is stopped and drifting with the waves, you rarely ship seas. It's only when you pick up speed and you increase, you will start having waves on deck. The second thing is, if you keep your waves somewhere on the beam and 60 to 120 degrees on your either side, also you will have less waves coming on board. So a combination of this, your alteration of course to have the waves on your beam or above the beam, and a reduction of speed are two of the most effective ways to reduce the shipping seas and the damage that happens. Now when I say reduce speed, it means you have to actually reduce your RPM. Doesn't mean, when I had a discussion with some vessel and I said, okay, you have to reduce your speed because you are experiencing bad weather. And the master told me, yes, the bad weather has already reduced my speed. So it is not that, you have to reduce your RPM, you have to bring it down because you have to reduce the momentum which causes damage. And also the next thing is to keep your propeller happy by keeping it immersed in water. So the damage that we saw about a propeller shouldn't happen, and this happens when the propeller comes out of water. Ensure that at least 20% of the propeller diameter is inside the water. And here I would encourage chief engineers and second engineers to be aware of the propeller immersion draft. So any time your vessel is loaded less or has a lesser draft than the propeller immersion, you have to discuss with the master and see what can we do about it, because as much as immersed propeller is important for maneuvering, it is also important for the good health of the bearings. And if you are on a bulk carrier, you need to consider taking heavy weather ballast in your hold. So when we suspect heavy weather ahead, we usually give weather routing to the vessel. However, if you feel that your vessel can experience heavy weather in coming days, you can ask us for heavy weather routing. We will be more than happy to provide it. And the routing service is normally provided from your load port to discharge port to load port again. So it's a whole, you will get it for the whole voyage. It's not just one port to another. So if you are going for bunkering, it will continue till you reach your next port. Some other important things are that the obvious, to comply with the heavy weather checklist and to secure things on deck. So what do I mean by secure is, if you see this reel that fell, the pilot ladder reel has these wires which are used to hold the reel. So in this case, the wire parted and the reel came out. The bearings of this wheel cannot really support a whole incoming wave. The securing is very important. Similarly, you have securing mast stays, you have securing for the davit, and these securings are very important for the health of the outfittings on deck. If you have a pilot ladder which is on the reel and you are expecting heavy weather, secure it inside, do not leave it in the reel. During night, you can occasionally use a searchlight to see which direction the wave is coming from, because you cannot see it in the dark. And remember that davit that had got washed away. These davits have guys, and these guys are holding the davit, and if a guy parts away, it is, that davit can just swing free and come out of its securings. So those wires, which are the most neglected part on the ship because they do not appear in any inspection, are actually very important for the fixtures on deck in heavy weather. And remember the brayer. This vessel, a damaged vent led to water ingress in its fuel tanks, and this led the engines to stop, and the vessel ran aground in Shetland Islands. And in the beginning, I had mentioned the damaged vent as a minor mayhem. Minor mayhem have a tendency to get run away and cause major catastrophes. So even today, water ingress through vents regularly happen, and blackouts still occur. So take care of your vents, keep them in good condition, fix them immediately if you see any deterioration. So to quickly summarize, predict heavy weather, use all the weather tools at your disposal, do it daily, prepare for heavy weather, reduce speed and alter course to reduce shipping seas. Other than saving your vessel's fixture, speed reduction also helps in your greenhouse gas ratings. Keep the propeller inside water and not outside. Keep your gangway tightly bound. It is one of the most vulnerable outfittings on deck. And stay informed, be prepared, be aware, take care, every time, everywhere. So just to remind you, if you have any questions, you can put it in the app. And meanwhile, if there are any questions that have come, after? Okay. Okay.
I'd like to add something actually.
Okay.
With the waves, I don't know if you hear me.
No.
No, the mic is off.
No, it's on, but it's not.
Check, 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Yes, very nice, Captain Delson. Especially this vessel we had on 2022, if I'm not wrong. It stayed 4 months at shipyard and dry docked that 4 months 4 times. Okay, it's not easy jobs. After all these waves passing from deck, it's good to make a good greasing on the mooring equipment. This is very important. You see what is happening after a few years. All the dry docks we have to open, mooring equipments, windlasses, very important. Please keep in mind the bosun to make a good greasing after cases like that mentioned before. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So after a storm at sea, it's time to brew a storm in the teacup. So we can take a quick break for tea And can we be here 14:30? You want to do an intro here now? Okay, after the. Yes. Yes, we have. You can come here and go to breakout. We can introduce. Okay. All right. Okay. So 14:20, can we be here? Can have a coffee and be back. And well, interestingly, Fivos will show us some dating games. So yeah, I hope that helps you to come back quickly. Okay, thank you. You can go for a break. from the oven back to the fridge, it feels better. So, for the next presentation, okay, for many of you perhaps who do not know, our office has a very good basketball team, and yes, we have a good basketball team, and as they say, a good team is as good as its captain. And for the next presentation, we have a very gregarious operator and a captain of our basketball team, Gregory Cabaras.
Thank you, Captain Dillison. So, hello everyone. Before I start my presentation, I want to state something especially from my colleagues from Greece. If you get lost in India, okay, just shout the word Kumar, and just to be sure that someone will help you. I realized it from our game before. So let's move to cargo contamination. Here we will discuss regarding cargo contamination, mitigation measures, and commercial implications due to this incident. But first, we have to understand why prevention of cargo contamination is important. First of all, from health and safety of the crew. When a cargo is contaminated, it can expose the health and safety of the crew, especially in chemical cargoes. The next one is safety and environment concerns. As soon as a cargo is contaminated, its handling and transportation and storage may get posed regarding safety and environment. Product quality, of course, when cargo is contaminated, it lost its initial performance, specification, and properties. So our mission here is to deliver the cargo is in the same condition we loaded in the vessel. The next one is financial and operational implications. In case of a cargo contamination, of course, we will have commercial losses, legal disputes, and this will affect to the overall execution of the voyage. Reputation damage in company, of course, and insurance considerations. Let's move on to the most common types of cargo contamination. As you already know, the most common is the cross-contamination, which is occurred through inadequate cargo tank cleaning and improper cargo segregation. The second one is the residue from previous cargoes, which is occurred from improper tank cleaning as well. Third one, is water contamination. When residues of water are in cargo tanks after tank cleaning. The main risk here is that when we wash the cargo tanks, we have to thoroughly strip cargo tanks and lines. And the last one is chemical contamination, which is occurred through chemical addition in cargo tanks in order to change grade, let's say from dirty petroleum product to load clean petroleum products. Let's see now what we can do in order to mitigate this incident. First of all, the comprehensive cleaning procedures. You have to follow thoroughly the cargo tank cleaning procedures it provided from the company, from the office. And if you want to satisfy yourself in order to ensure that you comply with, you can go to international tank cleaning guides also. Cargo handling procedures, where we have to follow a dedicated loading and discharging operation plan. Sampling. The key point for sampling is that it is our main evidence in order to avoid cargo contamination claims and protect vessels' interests. We have to follow a dedicated procedure which starts from the manifold sample from each manifold at the commencement of the loading. At the resume of a loading, after a pause or suspension, let's say, in a change of short tanks and a change of berth. The second sample we have to obtain is the first food sample. Then, the other sample we need to obtain is one sample from each cargo tank, both in loading and unloading. And the last sample is one composite sample from each grade, both in loading and unloading. Emergency response plans, in case of cargo contamination, all operations must have been suspended. And last but not least, crew training and familiarization with procedures. Now we have a case study. In autumn of 2023, one of our vessels, let's say Mototaken CENMAR, ordered to load from a port in Arabian Gulf. He ordered to load fuel oil. So the next cargo was fuel oil. Last cargo was fuel oil also. So no tank cleaning were required. Do you think that we would have any issue with this? Let's see. During the first food sample tests, it was found that they did not match with the same samples received from the short tanks. The conflict there, the difference, let's say, there was in flash point degrees. New cargo had 80 Celsius degrees in flash point, but the first food sample taken from the cargo tank had 54. So the loading operation suspended immediately. We from the office arranged a P&I surveyor to attend the incident locally, along with charterer's surveyor for a joint survey. They concluded the same, that short tank, flash point, it's different with first food. Our conflict there was that the previous cargo had also the same flash point as the new cargo, at 8 Celsius degrees. So in order to avoid further delays in Arabian Gulf port, charterers instructed the vessel to transfer the contaminated cargo in a dedicated tank, in slop tank, in order to continue loading. Vessel sailed and moved to the next load port. During the passage to the next load port, owners and charterers agreed that we will spread the contaminated quantity evenly in all cargo tanks. But now we have to think, if this agreement would never happen, a claim would be applied to our company and vessel. The contaminated quantity was 1,500 metric tons. And the price for this quantity was $800 per ton. If you do some quick maths, you will conclude that this amount is over $1 million. A lot of money, don't you think? So what we have to do? We have to be aware, prepared, and follow cargo handling procedure prior, during, and after loading. Complying always with loading orders received from charterers. So if you have any objection during the loading sequence or discharge sequence, you have to be free to share and discuss with operators and marine superintendents. Thanks for your attention.
Very much for a very nice, crisp presentation. All right, so as they say, good officers require good mentors. So a good officer can be found if he has a good mentor. And I can personally vouch for one such mentor who was my master when I was a third mate, and he will be delivering our next presentation, Captain Prashant Kumar. Please welcome a very multi-talented, dynamic superintendent.
Thank you, Captain Nelson, for nice introduction. Namaste and Kalispera. I'm sure you are awake now after having such a nice exercise outside, correct? We know we are here. Any industry runs for business, and every business runs for profit. Every business runs for profit. So I would like to discuss some issue, minor or major issue with the business. There are some points which you may find in your vessel also. I'm not sorry. So
there is a, if any business you run, there is a customer feedback and customer complaints. Always you see the CO2 11 we give, the customer feedback. Or there are some place customer complaints also. So we'll discuss about the customer complaints on our vessels or some other vessels also which are other company, but the main, the important one, not, there are many customer complaints, but which I would like to highlight only few one. So recently in 1 month we had a 2 customer complaint for pressure surge. 2 of our vessels. Due to this, you are blacklisted. The ship is blacklisted, can't go to that terminal, so you can't get cargo, you don't have business. We all know what is a pressure surge. Simple, when the kinetic energy changes to pressure energy. Very simple, class 8 physics, correct? But the consequences of this pressure surge is very severe. Equipment damage due to pressure surge either on vessel or ashore, like terminal, SBM, refinery, their pumps, anything can damage. Simple example, one valve cost of SBM in Indian rupees, it is about 3.5 crores, one valve. You can imagine that, one valve. If there are other valves also damaged, what will happen? They will say, okay, this damage because refinery has to shut down. It's not that 3.5 crores or 500,000, this may go to the billion. To shut down refinery, all the damages of the vessels in the refinery, the all cost will be taken from the owner. So what happens? No business, no profit. Huge loss. Safety risk. Some minor pressure surge, you may have safety risk. Suppose on board you have some leakages or there. So there are a lot of safety related. Everybody knows this. All the tanker hands, they know. Even the bulk carrier, they know about safety risk. You have a spillage, you have maybe you are working there or something rupture. You may get, there will be hurt, some incident or accidents. Operational delays, naturally. If your pipeline is damaged or SBM is damaged, refinery is damaged, or your chicken is damaged, naturally operation delays. All delays will come to owner. Environmental impact, if there is a pollution, there is no limit. Can you think of it? You look at the SBM here, a small pollution can change to severe pollution. It happens, it's not that it does not happen, it happens. Many terminals every year they have a pollution because of pressure surge. Then regulatory compliance, you may go to sometime jail. First thing they put the master chief officer jail. If you are in America, if you are in Russia, if you are in China. Reputation. The company reputation goes very bad. Suddenly from graph goes from top to bottom. No one wants to employ you. I mean your company, nobody wants your company to get employment for the next cargo, which affect the financial. And the customer relations. Naturally, suppose, take an example, India, like IOCL, BPCL, HPCL, you have a lot of SBM, or you go to Aramco, a lot of SBM you go, like Zoema. If there is one damage in SBM, naturally your ship, your company may be not taken for years back in business. And Saudi Arabia, any terminal you go, they are the bread butters for us. This is example of a customer complaint from Sika. If you can read it, I don't know, I know this is little PDF copy. So anyway, this is the customer complaint that what happened here, vessel was topping of tanks. So during topping up, if deck officer, they will understand, even the engineers, they will understand very well because they are engineers. They know technically better than the deck officers. So topping up, instead of opening first the next set of valve, he has started closing. So once you start closing, what happens? You don't know, 36-second takes here, maybe 24-second takes here. So closing was faster than the opening, and sudden pressure went up. Everything tripped. Fortunately, there was no damage. Fortunately. Otherwise, it would have been big, severe issue. Fortunately. Same thing happened another vessel 1 month before. Another terminal in Gulf. Exactly same thing. So how you do this? Murli, what you should do?
Okay, for pressure surge, as Captain Prashant said, you have to be very careful. Whenever we're opening the valves, first we have to know the loading rate of each tank. First, venting capacity of each cargo tank you must know. And when you're loading, you have to know minimum number of tanks which has to be open at all times. You should not close these tanks. And whenever you're changing over the tanks, open the tanks fully first, the other tanks. Make sure that other tank is open by confirming even the solenoid valves, what we were doing in our vessels. Even we were locally confirming physically that the valves are physically open, and then we were slowly closing the other tank valves, which we have to close, like 50%, 40%, 30%, and finally we close the tanks. That is the way. Also, for a few more precautions, what we were taking is to avoid excessive trim. We were making sure that the trim of the vessel doesn't go more than 3 meters. If it goes more, what happens is the after tanks, they normally get a higher rate of load than the tanks which are in the forward of the ship. So in that way, you also avoid, suppose you are changing over from the after tanks to the tanks which are right in the front of the ship. Then you cannot just close the tanks which are in the after of the ship and then open the tanks which are right in the forward. So that is also, trim control is there. Another thing you have to see for the list control. You should not keep the vessel as upright as possible. Do not list vessel, otherwise you'll go, cargo will be loading into one side of the tank and you will go out of control. So these are the precautions. And whenever you're changing the tanks, make sure your manifold pressure, you're always monitoring. One guy to be standby at manifold, one guy to be standby at the solenoid, and keep the pressure checked all the time.
Thank you. Excellent, Murli. Excellent. So as Murli said very nicely, what you have to do? Nothing. It's very simple. If you have doubt, we have given in the cargo operation manual, and it's got these two books, cargo operation manual and it's got on tanker, is like a Bible and Gita for you. So I would always suggest, and always I tell officers, please go through. Maybe after 1 year you may forget, or there is some changes in cargo operation manual. So just follow that. It's very simple. It's a given. In case you find something should be added, there is a master management review. You ask master to send us and we update our manual. So we do better way. Next time we do more better and better. All right. Next is our why it is going like this? Huh? Oh, this is the forward, this is backward, okay. 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 Backward just go. Okay. And another type of customer complaint we have received regarding the venting system. We all know our ship's venting system very well. One of our terminal, in Europe, they requested master or chief officer who say that you must vent through only PV valves. Why it is required PV valves, we all know. There is high velocity vents valve. So there is a certain requirement because of the safety of the terminal and the safety of the crew. They require PV valves. All right. But vessel had one breather valve which was connected to mast riser. The setting of breather valve was less than the PV valve. So what happens? Breather valve will lift. See, breather valve lift, you see here the white color valve. So the chief officer master, we do not blame, we don't blame. Maybe they forgot ship's construction, the information, what pressure set was there in the breather valve. So it was, the IG was passing, the gas was passing from the breather valve to the mast riser. So later on, they realized this, they requested from PV valve and now they are venting through the mast riser, which is not safe for that terminal or your vessel. So they made one customer complaint. In this case, what you should do? You must know your ship structure, your equipments. You must know your company, that ship's manual very well, how it works and why it is needed, why PV valve needed, why it is not mast riser. There is a reason behind. I don't want to go deep because everybody understands it's got very well, because there are some toxic gases which may, because if it is passing at the 1000, the gas will accumulate on the deck or their terminal. They don't want to die, or they don't want you to die. That's why they ask you to vent through the PV valve, so that it is a high velocity valve. It will be dispersed, not on the, it will not deposit on the deck or their terminal. So please make sure you understand your ship's equipment very well. The consequences for this one is the safety and health hazards. There are some regulatory compliance and environmental impact. Okay, environmental impact will be not so much because of the, if you are loading like white petroleum product or something, but you never know, the toxic gases are inside. The reputation damage, and what happens? The financial impact. Again, your ship is not fixed for this port. When the chartering department asks operation department for the next cargo, we will load from here to there, A to B. When they give vessel to the broker, broker goes to the receiver. The receiver say, oh, this vessel had a problem last time which is not cleared. We can't hire this vessel. So we lose this business. It's very simple for one vessel, but we lose business. Then our reputation goes bad. These terminals are like, there are some handling lot of ships. So when they hire Centrofin or Marine Trust ships, they think, oh, last time these two vessels had this problem, so they start doubting you. So if they find some another company vessel, they will take first their vessel, not your vessels. So it is very simple. Again, follow COM and SCOT. Just follow that, please. Everything is written in the COM and everything is written in the SCOT. It's such a nice book, SCOT. I'm telling you again and again, it's like a Bible or Gita. You must read it. Not only for deck officer, engine officer also, SCOT is like a Bible and Gita. Please read. This is the customer complaints. Still vessel is not clear with this terminal, for your information. Recently, I had a chance to attend Aramco. There was some customer forum. And during this forum, I met all the top operation heads of the Aramco. And they discussed with us. I was fortunate to attend that meeting in Dubai. And from there, I took some note. Because you know that most of the vessel going to Aramco. You see the map on the right side. There are 5 terminals on the west and one terminal Rastanura. All tanker hands, I'm sure they must be there, especially Rastanura and Yanbu. Most of them must have gone there, correct? But nowadays there are Jizan port. Our products are going there always. Always, every month there are 2 ships in Jizan. So these terminals, the Aramco, they are very high standard in safety. What they do, they send their safety inspector on boards. When they come on board, sometimes we do not realize it is a safety inspector, he will come, he will go, just sign paper and go. No, it's just like vetting. And it is more stricter than sometimes vetting. Vetting, you make clear, your ship maybe there is no issue. Here, if they write deficiency, that is taken as a customer complaint. Once it is customer complaint, you don't clear, you don't get charter for Aramco. You can't go to Aramco. Until unless you clear this deficiency, you can't. You will be not hired again. So I analyzed, there are a lot of types of deficiency they have last so many years. From there, they have taken some data. I requested them. So this data, what you see here, the graph, the mooring has a 60% deficiency of the vessel. So what do you think? The mooring, everybody knows it's a very high risk item. When the equipments are very high risk. Normally, what kind of deficiency you find in the mooring? Either it is not laid out properly, not complying with the brake rendering, ropes condition are poor, or the winches are poor. So please, yes. Yeah. Yes. So this mooring winch, when you go on board as an officer, must check, and not only one time check, always check, prior arrival check. So you have to rectify these items. If you can't, you need some spare, some technical assistance, you need ropes. You must know early, and you send us so that we can supply you, can assist you. Because in mooring, they can't take risk. If the mooring fails, believe me, there are so many vessels. She is loading a terminal, mooring failed, vessel came out with the hose. And what happens? The pollution. Then you are gone. So please take care of mooring winches, mooring ropes. You need anything, please send us. Machineries. This safety officer, he goes down engine room, he goes pump room, he checks like especially auxiliary engine, steering flats, main engine. What he checks, what he's looking for, any leakages in the auxiliary engine, or any racks are kept in the auxiliary engine. If the purifier is leaking, if someone is doing some hot work there, even in workshop in the terminal, because they don't, when he comes on board, what he does, he goes to the master or chief officer, first thing he says, I want to go engine room. So the engine department, they don't know whether he's coming or not coming. Without information, waiting inspection, you know that he's coming. So you are well prepared. This guy, nobody knows. He goes, Captain, I will go engine room first. He goes directly to the workshop and see if these oxygen acetylene bottles are connected or not connected. And if it is connected, believe me, it will take time to clear this vessel. It takes time. We face this problem. Garbage, very common deficiency, especially West Coast, other than Yanbu. It is not our fault. These terminals, they do not have facilities. We had discussed, I also asked them to have some facilities. This was my question to them and my feedback to them. They say they are working on it, they will do it. But until then, what? Whatever garbages you have, you can't keep in the bags and outside. Must be kept proper container. Because if you keep outside, it is again a deficiency. Engine room, he goes and he sees if there, the drums are left open with oily racks. It's a high risk observation. Because oily racks, spontaneous combustion and fire hazard. It's a high risk. So whenever, not only Aramco, anywhere you go, please take care of garbages. Please. Until when you go any terminal, the master has to send message to the agent, please try to arrange this disposal. Okay, if they don't have facilities, until you get facilities, you have to take care of garbage, compact them, keep it properly. Well, how you keep it, you know that better than me. Cargo system. Okay, cargo system is about 42% observation. If you are going for discharging, like Jizan port is discharge port. Most of the time, our vessels are going to discharge. If you have any issue with the cargo pump, if there is leakages, your cargo pumps are not running, or your boiler is a problem, again you have a deficiency. You can't get clearance immediately. So 42%, approximately 50% is cargo system. Cargo operations. What cargo operation? Okay, cargo system, you know, cargo is a different. System is again, it's like a machinery. Operation, your ship source safety checklist, simple. They see, no need to do extra, everything is there. We have made nice ship source safety checklist, pre-loading checklist. Believe me, don't tick them. I've seen this, don't tick. Check, at least even one time you check thoroughly, I'm sure you will not get deficiency. People are in hurry, okay, just tick, 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 no tick. You tell them, sir, it will take 20 minutes to go through my checklist. Until then, I can't start discharging. Nobody is stopping you. From us, nobody. We support you for this, for safe operation. We don't want any, an adverse situation later on. Then BWTS. BWTS nowadays is a common deficiency, most of them, you know that. But why it is a common deficiency? If you go to the root cause, again, okay, there's sometimes PCB, but why PCB is not working? Why some electronics is not working? There must be something, either water has gone, the moisture has gone inside, some current up and down. Again, it is human element is there. So please follow your PMS manufacturer's guidelines. If you operate properly, it will work. It works. In case you need any spare restores, request us. We are here to support you always. Second, here at BWTS, what happens if it is not working and you do not inform office? Because if you don't inform, we don't get dispensation certificate from class, we do not inform flag, then it becomes a major deficiency. Once it is a major deficiency, if he finds this, last port you had a problem, you did not inform office, you don't have class dispensation, then finish the story. Please take care. You must inform. Do your best. In case it is beyond your hand, we do not blame anyone. We are here to support 24 hours. Our phones are always 24 hours on. Call us. Look at Christina. She received calls at 2 o'clock night, 3 o'clock night. Me, sometimes everybody receive calls 2 o'clock night. We don't mind. We are here to support you. We are not Einstein that we can tell you the answer immediately, but we will get answer for you. We get assist to you. Tell us. We don't want customer complaint. Our aim is, again, goal 0. The customer complaint 0. That is our aim. So, thank you for your attention. Be aware and take care. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Captain Prashant. Thank you for a very insightful presentation. And I have a complaint to make. And my complaint is that in the morning I mentioned about Menti, the QR code that was on your tables, to scan it and put forth questions. And my complaint is that we have received very little participation. And anyway, the questions that we received so far, Mrs. Ellie Moretti will address them.
We had a few questions, and I see that you're mostly concerned about the case of Yannis P. And this was indeed a very, very difficult case. Luckily, nobody was harmed, although the vessel was loaded and in the Baltic Sea and in narrow straits with a pilot on board. So what happened? This happened in the 27th of July, and finally the vessel dropped anchor in Germany, and it was very difficult to find a tag to tow it somewhere to discharge. Fortunately, we had Pserimos, I think, nearby, and they went back to Kaliningrad, I think, where they did STS after a long time. And after the STS with Pserimos, another tag took the vessel to the repair yard. And the whole process, the repairs lasted for 3 months, and the whole process lasted for almost 6 months. So in safety-wise, nothing happened, thank God, but commercial-wise, it was quite huge. And I see that you have also asked how the crew justified their behavior, and it is a very valid question. And I want to tell you that this can happen to anyone. The crew on board, the master and the chief engineer, were very experienced people, many, many years, serving exemplary the company. And that was a bad moment. It was a classic case, thinking of, this cannot happen to me, believing that nothing can go wrong. This is something very important. We have it in our goal 0 as collective normalization. You need to be chronic unease, and you need to believe that something will go wrong so that you are alert. It was bad luck that a week ago there was a false alarm in the engine room, and they thought again that this might be a false alarm, because it was a damage that, even those with all the experience, the engine crew have never seen something like this before. So they couldn't believe it was happening to them. And plus, something that the office is also involved in is the commercial pressure. The pilot was on board, and the chief engineer was really pressed with his presence. And now it's the time to repeat that we as an office, we need to empower you to use your stop work obligation, to not to be afraid about the commercial consequences, and speak up. It is exactly a case of what all these words have a meaning. And we debriefed the people after the case. We did not blame them, because this indeed can happen to anyone. And by debriefing them, they realized themselves what they could have done differently. And this is a huge lesson that is shared across the fleet, and we get a very valuable lesson, all of us. So another question that you have done after that you have written here, it's relevant to causal reasoning, the presentation me and Eleni had, and it's relevant to what I'm saying. It's a valid question again. You ask by saying that this person made the wrong decision is like blaming them. No, it's not like blaming them. Again, everybody can make a mistake. All of us will make a mistake eventually. We cannot avoid it. By sharing this mistake and by discussing with the person what happened without reprimanding and without being strict, why you did this, then you get a value out of it. It's not blame culture to see and analyze wrong behavior by people. It's not asking who did that, you did that, you get reprimanded. No, it's not like that. And then we have another question that is related to bunkering, and I would like Eleni to, the question is, should we have other operations while bunkering? A very good question, a valid one. Could you please start Eleni's microphone?
Okay. We are going to discuss about CMOPs tomorrow further, as the company has created and will implement a simultaneous operation plan manual and a matrix, and we are going to see it tomorrow and discuss, can we make bunkering together or not? Okay.
Just to take the opportunity about the case of Yannis P, to say that there was one issue that we had to come across after the incident, and I would like to take the opportunity to just to bring it forward. After this happened, as you understand, the vessel was under very high scrutiny from everybody because the vessel was carrying Russian crude. I would like to take this opportunity to reassure you that the company has a very extended due diligence process where before fixing is checking carefully the charterers, the shippers, the receivers, the agents, the terminals, all the parties involved in the trade, the origin of the cargo, everything is very carefully screened, and the company will only fix, will only proceed with loading if everything is clear. So the company is always trading under the requirements for the price cap. When this incident with the Yannis P happened, everybody was on top asking for the due diligence, asking for what we have done. We successfully cleared our insurance due diligence, the cargo insurance, charterers insurance, the P&I, everybody was satisfied, and eventually we had no problems. We cooperated with also the European authorities. Everything was done successfully, and just to give you also this aspect of the damage. Thank you very much.
Okay, so if you have any question, you can still, it's open. Okay, you have a mic?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chief Engineer Suresh, and I have a very small point to raise, very small concern to raise. It's not a very, very big issue or something. I've noticed that in our company we are using in galley plastic chopping boards, and not everyone has noticed so deeply, but we consume as much as a credit card plastic in a month if we are using it. So, every time, every day, because we have got a policy of color coding also, and to maintain a better hygiene. Now, I just have a small recommendation, if it is possible, if it is feasible, to replace it with a solid wood, bamboo or bamboo chopping boards, and also we can have a color coding as well, if it is possible in a way. Just a small health concern.
Thank you. Very nice questions and very nice suggestion, Chief. It's very nice. And as you stated, is very correct. What we can do, send us a requisition, and we will supply the wooden board, and then you have to do color code at the side, where one side only, in order to segregate whatever in the mutton, beef, pork, or vegetable. So you can have 3-4 boards, and you can segregate them, having marking in one side, but you must use only one side. And very, very good suggestion. We take it to this point, and we will take action and we will do it for ourselves. Thank you.
There's one more solution to this, because on my last vessel, Motor Tanker Dimitri, and the vessel before that, Miguel P, I requested the chief cook if it's possible to request bamboo or solid wood. Because solid wood is better than bamboo because bamboo tend to open up. And on board we will fabricate an aluminum or stainless steel handle and paint that with that particular color coding of whatever we have the policy as per the fleet manual. I mean, that's just a suggestion, just a thought in my mind. I mean.
Okay, we thank you. We noted it. We will take action from our side. Very nice suggestion.
Yeah, thank you for that. And if anything else, if you feel shy to ask, you can please remember the mentee is there. You can, with your name or anonymously, you can put your question. You can scan now, go to your room, sleep on the bed, think, and type the question too. So shall we then conclude? All right. So what we can do is, in the evening, we invite you, if you have come with your families, for a dinner at 1900 hours at a place called Seven Rivers. A bus will come and pick you up, and at 1900 hours, at 7 p.m., 1900 hours, there is a dinner. We all will be there, and I hope we can meet you there. So please go back, change yourself, refresh, maybe if you want to take a shower, or you can swim, and we meet at 1900 hours. I hope you had a nice day 1, and looking forward for the commencement of day 2 tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you.